Alchemists. During Consoleette's stay, Fulcanelli would only appear to him on rare occasions, and all conversation, if any, was brief, after which he seemed to disappear for weeks on end. But in each encounter, he noticed that the master continued to grow younger, progressively de-aging, slowly but surely. And more bizarrely, Consoleette described his features as appearing more feminine over time. One morning, Consoleette woke up early and, craving a breath of fresh air, he went out to the courtyard with his shirt still unbuttoned and his braces. This investigation is sponsored by Holzkern. Hey fellow seekers, I'm Mr. Mythos, and we're back with another episode of Inner Earth Conspiracy Theories. In the United States, 1909, an Arizona newspaper published a front-page report of an incredible This investigation is sponsored by Keeps. In 1935, reclined on the daybed of his dimly lit office, an unassuming clairvoyant, speaking from a trance, warned of catastrophic events brewing in Europe. Indicated by the Austrians, Germans, and later the Japanese joining in their influence, these will gradually make for a growing of animosities. Unless there is interference from the supernatural forces that are active in the affairs of nations and peoples, the whole world will be set on fire by the militaristic groups. It's one thing for a psychic to correctly predict the nations that would make up the Axis several years before the Second World War broke out. But even stranger was his claim that the war would only be won if supernatural forces intervened. A little-known fact about World War II is that British intelligence formed the Witchcraft Research Center to combat the Nazis' own occult units, which ultimately led to the capture of Hitler's deputy Führer, Rudolf Hess. The clairvoyant who foresaw this event was Edgar Cayce, also known as the Sleeping Prophet. Many consider his prophecies to be the strongest evidence of paranormal and psychic abilities ever recorded due to their depth of documentation and incomparably high accuracy. Some of his prophecies, which later proved to be true, include the use of blood in diagnosing diseases, the La Niña and El Niño climate patterns, as well as the most devastating stock market crash in American history, which occurred in 1929. With date and details exactly as Cayce predicted on two separate occasions. The Sleeping Prophet also made claims about history's most enduring mystery, the lost city of Atlantis, which surprisingly hold water. This is because in these claims, he made a prediction which turned out to be fact. He stated that a hidden tunnel system, forgotten for over 2,000 years, would eventually be discovered beneath the front left paw of the Great Sphinx of Giza. Indeed, in 1987, a Japanese expedition performed electromagnetic sound surveys of the Sphinx, and they detected tunnels underneath that exact location, just as Cayce described. which remain completely unexcavated to this day. I'm Mr. Mythos, and I'd like to introduce you to Edgar Cayce, the sleeping prophet of Atlantis. Edgar Cayce was born in 1877 into a humble Christian home in Kentucky. As a boy, he reported speaking to his deceased grandfather, as well as playing with little people in the forest. And later, while studying the Bible in a woodland hut, a winged woman appeared to him and asked him what he wanted more than anything in the world. He responded that he wanted to help others, and in particular, sick children. This same entity would later reappear as Cayce was failing in school. His father struck him off of his chair as Cayce struggled to spell. In a daze, he heard the winged woman's voice tell him that they could help if only he just slept a bit. Cayce begged his father for rest, put his head on his spelling book, and when he woke up, the boy knew every answer and could recite every word. But more than this inexplicable gift of memorization, which he used to become top of his class, he soon discovered that he could help people suffering from ailments. And not long after, he began to predict the future. As an adult, this seer acquired the nickname the Sleeping Prophet because of his peculiar technique. In order to channel his higher self into a trance-like state, he would loosen his tie, kick off his shoes, then lay down on his daybed and promptly fall asleep. His wife recorded his words during these trances. As fame spread of Cayce's power, tens of thousands of people sought his help, including the iconic inventor Thomas Edison, the magician Harry Houdini, and even the then President of the United States, Woodrow Wilson. Perhaps the most clear evidence that Cayce was not a charlatan was the fact that he refused to charge for his readings. He helped those in need for free, making his living as a local photographer. In all, 14,306 psychic readings were fully documented, 132 of which regarded the treatment of hair loss, which many of Edgar Cayce's patients suffered. Statistics show that 2 out of 3 men will experience some form of male pattern baldness by the time they're 35. But if these men were alive today, perhaps it wouldn't have been a problem. Thanks to Keeps, a subscription service which makes it incredibly easy to treat male pattern baldness from home, with FDA-approved medication discreetly delivered to your door. Keeps even gives you access to a licensed doctor to recommend the right treatment and answer any questions you may have along the way. My family has a history of male pattern baldness, so I use Keeps to keep my hair thick and beautiful. In many ancient traditions, a person's hair is closely tied with spirituality, such as peyote in Judaism and kesh in Sikhism, with some cultures even believing hair acts as an antenna, collecting details of the spiritual world. At least in the physical world, I can tell you, Mrs. Mythos definitely appreciates me using Keeps. If you're ready to prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com/mythos or click the link in the description to receive 50% off your first order. That's keeps.com/mythos. Now back to the Sleeping Prophet. Edgar Cayce's most famous prophecy came to him while he slept in his office, surrounded by his loved ones. To the shock of all, he began madly whispering predictions about a mystery as old as time itself. For literally thousands of years, explorers have sought the lost city of Atlantis, speculating on its culture, technology, and what truly became of the Atlantean people. The traditional narrative is that a flood swept the nation to sea, destroying everything in its wake and drowning the city's entire populace. In reality, however, rarely does a natural disaster kill everyone in the location it strikes. Even the most severe disasters usually have survivors. For instance, some even survived Mount Vesuvius's eruption at Pompeii. Logic then dictates that there must have been at least one survivor of Atlantis. Cayce, from his daybed, claimed that there were many, Many ancient writers were not shy to express their belief that Atlantis was once a real place, such as Crantor, a student in the Greek philosopher Plato's academy, with Plato's writings being the earliest known record of Atlantis. Atlantis also featured in the writings of the biographer Plutarch, who wrote that the Athenian lawmaker and poet Solon had learned the story of Atlantis from the Egyptians, who apparently knew Atlantis very well. Edgar Cayce also believed a strong connection existed between the Atlanteans and the Egyptians. In his most famous reading, Cayce claimed that Atlantis was destroyed in a final catastrophic event around 10,000 BC, and that through superior technology, the Atlanteans learned of their city's imminent destruction and hid their secrets in a grand library located underneath the Sphinx. Cayce provided many details of Atlantis in its prime, too, describing it not as a Bronze Age civilization, but instead a technologically and scientifically advanced society, complete with submarines, electromagnetic aircraft, elevators, air balloons, a broadcasting system, and electricity powered by giant crystals. Cayce termed Atlantean civilization the Golden Age. Perhaps most strangely, he claimed that those who lived in Atlantis, while human, were able to live extremely long lives, some for as long as 10,000 years, through a sophisticated Atlantean rejuvenation process used to restore one's youth over and over. This required the use of a specific crystal, the Tuaui stone, which Cayce described as a six-sided cylindrical quartz, which used a type of ultraviolet light to power it. Interestingly, this sounds similar to the workings of a modern-day laser beam. So, what actually became of Atlantis? To begin, we should take a look at the more pragmatic possibilities. An interesting fact of history is that the ancient Greeks documented a vast number of so-called ghost islands. These islands varied in characteristics. Some were hot, some were cold, some rich with fauna, while others were utterly deserted. Only one theme remains common among them. All of these places seem to have disappeared. At this point, we must seriously ask ourselves, why would the ancient Greeks falsely record so many islands? The only sensible conclusion is that these islands indeed existed, but were ultimately destroyed by natural disasters. Historians and academics generally attribute Atlantis' disappearance, if it truly existed, to volcanic eruption, earthquakes, and tsunamis. And in Plato's accounts, he describes Atlantis as being very mountainous, which fits the idea of it being a volcanic island. The Sleeping Prophet, however, claimed otherwise. As opposed to being destroyed naturally, Edgar Cayce stated that in its final days, two rival parties fought for control over Atlantis. The children of the Law of One, who wanted to return to spiritual attunement with nature, and the sons of Belial, who aimed to exploit natural resources for material gain. This conflict ultimately ended in the obliteration of their entire civilization in a series of mega explosions, possibly a nuclear war. Prior to the final sinking, however, Cayce said that a mass exodus of Atlanteans occurred, and in particular, their historians fled to Egypt, with whom they were close. The Atlanteans who survived vowed one day to return, to restore the glory of Atlantis when the world was once again ready. And to ensure they indeed could, they hid their secrets and most precious treasures and technology, including the Tuaui stone, inside the Hall of Records, a hidden chamber deep beneath the sands of Egypt. The Sleeping Prophet, from his shadowy office, predicted that underneath the Great Sphinx of Giza, there existed a vast network of underground tunnels connected to a huge library, the Hall of Records. Cayce pinpointed the library's exact location, claiming that it was hidden underneath the paws of the Sphinx. And stored inside of it was Atlantean knowledge of astronomy, magic, medicine, alchemy, mathematics, and religion. This mysterious subterranean vault may actually be connected to Hermes Trismegistus, an ancient Egyptian prophet who possibly lived 4,000 to 6,000 years ago and was a supposed holder of the Philosopher's Stone. Trismegistus was the author of the Emerald Tablet, a legendary artifact which many believe to hold the secrets of alchemy and life itself. I previously made a video on the Emerald Tablet, which I'll link to at the end. It's widely believed that Alexander the Great hid the original Emerald Tablet artifact underneath the Great Pyramid of Giza. The Christian ascetic Clement of Alexandria added to this theory, stating that alongside the Emerald Tablet were 42 other sacred tablets, stored in a subterranean vault beneath Egypt, hidden until mankind was worthy of the knowledge that they held. If the tablets of Trismegistus were stored in the Hall of Records, perhaps it is where the prophet first gained his knowledge of alchemy. It's well known that the ancient Egyptians took their knowledge to the grave with them, so the idea of a massive, forgotten underground library is not impossible. Hidden chambers were certainly a trend with the ancient Egyptians. In fact, the corpse of Hermes Trismegistus himself was apparently found sitting in a secret cave underneath a statue in Turkey. Regarding this Atlantean subterranean library, the Hall of Records, more than legends, there may be actual eyewitnesses made by respected ancient historians, such as Herodotus in the 5th century BC. This I have actually seen, a work beyond words. For if anyone put together the buildings of the Greeks, they would seem lesser in both effort and expense to this labyrinth. Even the pyramids are beyond words, and each was equal to many and mighty works of the Greeks. Yet the labyrinth surpasses even the pyramids. What's truly shocking about this account is that Herodotus regarded the labyrinth as more marvelous than the pyramids, which is quite the statement, considering the Great Pyramids of Giza were one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. In the 4th century AD, the Arab philosopher Iamblichus recorded widespread Egyptian belief that there was an entrance to a hidden, revered chamber beneath the Sphinx. This entrance, obstructed in our day by sands and rubbish, may still be traced between the forelegs of the crouched colossus. It was formerly guarded by a bronze gate whose secret spring could be operated only by the Magi. It was guarded by public respect, and a sort of religious fear maintained its inviolability better than armed protection would have done. As far as modern archaeology is concerned, Edgar Cayce's claim that an underground tunnel system lies beneath the front left paw of the Sphinx turned out to be absolutely true. As we learned at the beginning of this video, the electromagnetic sound surveys of the 1987 Japanese expedition detected secret tunnels beneath that exact location. These tunnels have never been explored or even excavated, and no one is sure how deep they go, how long they are, or where they lead. All further examination was blocked by the Egyptian government. All this said, Cayce's claims are worthy of at least some validity. As he lay there on his daybed, the sleeping prophet added one last detail. In the Hall of Records, there is an Atlantean flying vehicle which was used to help construct the Great Pyramid, and inside the library, tunnels leading into habitable areas of the inner Earth. If we are to believe that this grand vault held the last vestige of Atlantean technology, then it's fair to say that a custodian was needed. After all, why would this magnificent civilization, whose people could live for over 10,000 years, allow their secrets to rot away? In the contested magical grimoire Le Poule Noire, more commonly known by its English name, the Black Pullet, or the Black Screech Owl, one of the French leader Napoleon Bonaparte's officers, during their quest through North Africa, engages Arab Bedouins in battle, who overcome his troops and brutally slaughter every soldier but him. The unnamed officer writes that, after this defeat, he sat gravely wounded in the shadow of the Great Pyramids of Giza, lamenting on his certain death. Suddenly, he heard a noise behind him. A single stone had been rolled aside, and from a hole underneath emerged an old hermit who carried the injured man inside. Using magic and tinctures, the hermit managed to nurse the officer back to health. In Le Poule Noire, the officer writes of the magic spells taught to him by the hermit within the subterranean apartment located underneath the pyramid. There he was taught the secrets of the ancient Egyptians. Connected to the hermit's apartment, there were supposedly endless galleries, vast halls, banquet rooms, and chambers filled to the ceiling with treasure, as well as a magnificent library. Is it possible that this elderly underground-dwelling hermit was the Hall of Records custodian, the caretaker to the secrets of the Egyptians, to the technology of the Atlanteans? And if so, is he still there today? Edgar Cayce was not the only mystic to have drawn a connection between the Great Sphinx of Giza and the lost civilization of Atlantis. This belief was also shared by the French occultist Alexandre Saint-Yves, famous for his theories on Agartha, the subterranean network of Inner Earth, which fans of my channel probably know very well by now. In the 19th century, Saint-Yves put forth the claim that not only was the Sphinx built by escapees of the destruction of Atlantis, but that it was constructed around 12,000 BC, many thousands of years prior to the accepted dating in mainstream Egyptology. 50 years after the death of Saint-Yves, the Egyptologist and fellow French occultist R.A. Schwaller furthered this idea by introducing the controversial archaeological theory of water erosion. After living in Egypt for 12 years and carefully investigating the Sphinx, Schwaller concluded that the Sphinx's body had visibly been eroded by floods, which indicated that it was far, far older than the pyramids it neighbored. Schwaller and a growing number of modern Egyptologists argue that because of these visible fissures on the Sphinx's front and inside its enclosure, the accepted age of the Sphinx, and thus our understanding of the ancient Egyptian timeline, may be completely wrong. Years later, the Egyptologist John Anthony West attributed the Sphinx's erosion to the Nile floods, which occurred between 15,000 and 10,000 BC. West later had his claims validated by the geologist Robert Schoch, who agreed that the Sphinx was indeed constructed around 9,700 BC. Edgar Cayce never mentioned whether the Atlanteans built the Sphinx themselves or if they simply found it that way. However, when one really thinks about it, a highly advanced civilization such as the Atlanteans would surely rely on their own technology to secure their people's legacy, rather than primitive ancient Egyptian methods. Alongside this, many have claimed that it was in fact the Atlanteans who taught the dynastic Egyptians how to construct their pyramids and monoliths. If the Sphinx was constructed during or after some cataclysmic flood, which occurred approximately 12,000 years ago, then Cayce's dates match up. He believed that the Atlanteans were displaced around 10,000 BC and that they fled to Egypt. Egypt, around this time, according to the water erosion theory, was also suffering the after effects of a large deluge, or flood. However, because some parts of the Sphinx show no signs of water erosion, we can theorize that the Sphinx was not fully submerged, meaning the Atlanteans could have sought refuge inside its underground complexes and halls, which scientists have categorically proven to exist. In our modern world, the occult is often mocked and ridiculed, and out of all the esoteric practices, the most denigrated is undoubtedly Cayce's art, clairvoyance. Psychics are regarded by most as frauds, profiting from sly readings, boisterous fortune-telling, and falsely communicating with a person's dead relatives. Because Cayce claimed to be a psychic, his prophecies have mostly been disregarded, despite many of them seeming to have been very accurate. According to his biographer, Thomas Segru, there are hundreds of people throughout the United States who will testify at the drop of a hat to his accuracy. And in the book, The Outer Limits of Edgar Cayce's Power, which set out to demonstratively prove his psychic readings incorrect, it was ultimately concluded that a whopping 85% of the time, Cayce was right. This clearly indicates some kind of supernatural foresight, or at the very least, an ability to make astoundingly accurate predictions. The Sleeping Prophet's prophecies proving true, however, were a curse for Edgar Cayce, who, later in his life, saw visions warning him that if he used his psychic abilities more than twice a day, it would eventually kill him. Still, the Sleeping Prophet continued his work in order to help those in need of his unique gift. His request pile was ever growing, and at the age of 67, Cayce was performing nearly 8 readings a day. And as he did so, his friends and family watched the man they loved waste away. On the 1st of January 1945, Cayce predicted that he would be buried in 4 more days. On January 3rd, he had died. The next day, the Sleeping Prophet was buried at his birthplace in Kentucky. While in the waking world, Edgar Cayce enjoyed gardening and cooking, running his photography studio and leading Sunday school at his church. He was a humble man who never profited financially from his psychic ability, and he remains one of the most convincing and prolific seers in history. So we must truly wonder, will the survivors of Atlantis one day return as Cayce predicted? Does the Hall of Records really exist beneath the Sphinx? And how did the golden age of the Atlanteans shape the ancient world, and subsequently the world we live in today? Let me know your theories in the comments below, and if you enjoyed this video, definitely check out my investigation of the Emerald Tablet of Hermes Trismegistus, which is said to hold the secrets of alchemy and the Philosopher's Stone. I'm Mr. Mythos. I'll see you there. This investigation In East Asia, ghosts and spiritual phenomena are not only pervasive, but are approached with great seriousness. This is particularly obvious in one of the most developed, educated, and wealthy countries in the world, Japan. In Shintoism, Japan's indigenous religion, it is believed that every living creature contains kami, which can be translated to gods, spirits, or holy powers. While Japan's Shinto population is technically on the decline, the supernatural beliefs of the religion are so deeply ingrained that many have become an essential part of daily life. Whether it be good luck charms worn on clothes, nighttime water rituals, or even mass disease purification ceremonies such as the famous Gion Festival of Kyoto. In many ways, Shintoism forms the identity of Japan, and roots its ability to perceive and be affected by the paranormal. Their society is one surrounded by protective spirits, as well as malevolent ghosts and demonic forces, the consequences of which are, in many cases, documented in real historic record. Simply put, to deny the spiritual activity in the Japanese archipelago would be a bit short-sighted. Today, we'll be investigating a particularly famous case, the curse of a samurai warlord betrayed and beheaded in the year 940 AD, who remains so feared to this day that banks have opened up checking accounts in his name in order to bribe him. Something not many people know about Mr. Mythos is that I'm actually a huge fan of Japanese history and lore. So when I heard that Raid Shadow Legends released a new playable faction called the Shadowkin based on folklore of medieval Japan, I couldn't wait to start collecting them. These new champions include ninjas, samurai, and oni, which is a Japanese ogre or troll, and my personal favorite, plus other famous icons from East Asian mythology. One of my favorite things about Raid is its dark fantasy art design, so with 11 new heroes, 200 new missions. The year is 940 AD. Taira no Masakado, a menacing samurai who had declared total war on the central Japanese government, stood and watched as from within a thicket of bamboo, armed warriors emerged and swarmed his position. Legend tells that as the wind turned from north to south and the bamboo swayed, an arrow struck Masakado and fell him to the ground. Masakado's few remaining soldiers were overwhelmed, assaulted, and left to die beside their master. They watched in horror as Masakado's own cousin emerged from the forest and savagely hacked the dying warlord's head from his shoulders on orders of the emperor. But just how did it come to this gruesome end? Due to lack of written record, not much is known of Masakado's early life, including his own year of birth. Reliable documentation of this important figure of history only began to emerge in the early 900s, when the young samurai was called home to bury his father. At his family's large open-air house, nestled beside a stream in vast woodland, Masakado found himself confronted by his uncles. Masakado's father had been a great landowner in Japan's eastern provinces, and his brothers planned on claiming the entire inheritance. The quick-rising tension between the young samurai and his uncles eventually boiled over into a bloody conflict that would last several years. This conflict would result in Masakado's rise to warlord and a direct opponent of the Japanese government, who he saw as imposters to the throne. Taira no Masakado, described as being over 7 feet tall, with a form like iron and 2 pupils in his left eye, was a man who did not take kindly to orders. Anyone who was foolish enough to cross him and his roving band of samurai would be cut down indiscriminately, be they devil or god. It was this audacious attitude, combined with the warlord's bold proclamation that he was Japan's new emperor, that led him to his so-called first death. Nearly 10 days after his murder and mutilation on the battlefield, Masakado's head arrived in Kyoto, carried proudly in a box by his cousin. The head was presented to the emperor, who, unable to contain his victorious ego, ordered that the severed head be displayed publicly in Kyoto's central district as a warning to all would-be rebels. But what followed Masakado's death and shameful public display is a story more strange and ominous than it is downright creepy. Weeks passed after Masakado's head was first hung from a tree when the citizens of Kyoto began to notice that something was wrong. The head was not decaying. Whispers abounded in Kyoto's tightly wound streets that the reason for the slow decay was that Masakado's head was under the influence of some sort of witchcraft or necromancy. His physiognomy, his expression, somber and resigned at death, is recorded to have grown angrier and angrier by the day, until his eyes flashed a furious crimson and his mouth twisted violently. And, with every night that passed, Masakado's rage grew stronger, until residents of Kyoto began to hear the disembodied head cry for its body to be returned to it. Deeply disturbed by the unnatural events that had plagued their town square since the head's arrival, the townsfolk concluded that Taira Masakado, the once fierce warlord, had become a Goryo. The term Goryo originally referred to an honorable spirit, but later came to be defined by the vengeful hauntings of aristocrats who were forced into a politically motivated and unjust death. Throughout Japan's history, times of political instability were harbingers of Goryo. Any of the people who died amidst these conflicts were considered capable of possessing rage so strong that it would bind them to the earth in a purgatory-like state, leaving them unable to be reborn into any of the 6 destinations of Buddhist cosmology. According to ancient scriptures, the only ways to tame a Goryo were through invocation of the Buddha, an exorcism performed by a Yamabushi shaman, or through powerful Inyo magic derived from Chinese Taoism. In these exorcisms, the spirits were manipulated and pacified, and their passion to remain in limbo and enact revenge would be extinguished. Of course, the stronger the Goryo and the stronger the rage, the harder it was to exorcise the spirit. A point of no return would eventually be reached. These so-called great spirits had to be appeased through deification and ritual worship. Cults formed for the most powerful Goryo, as it was said by ascetics that the only way to appease them was to worship the Goryo as gods. Strangely, Taira no Masakado, a member of the Kanmu Heshi clan, was not the first claimed Goryo in his family's lineage. Some 100 years prior, the 50th Emperor of Japan, Kanmu, accused his brother, Prince Sawara, of a coup d'etat to seize the throne, although it is speculated that this was a false claim. Prince Sawara was banished to exile, where he died. In the final years of Emperor Kanmu's life, his brother's spirit began appearing to him, whispering into his ears of impending death. To escape him, Emperor Kanmu moved Japan's capital twice and changed homes frequently. Unsuccessful in fleeing or exorcising his brother's vengeful ghost, he only found peace when he granted his brother the posthumous title of Emperor, and named him a kami, a protective spirit. On a humid summer's day in the year 938, while Masakado still walked among the living as a brooding, plotting warlord, Kyoto's bustling marketplaces and side streets were suddenly overwhelmed by a cloud of white, black, and orange butterflies that blotted out the sky and brought darkness to the entire city. It's documented that the swarm almost perfectly coincided with an earthquake, which the emperor's monks saw as a clear omen that a rebellion was stirring. If only they had made the connection that the butterfly was the emblem of Taira no Masakado's clan, perhaps they may have executed him sooner. By the following winter, Masakado was declared an enemy of the state after seizing control of the provincial headquarters of Hitachi. He believed that his insurrection was fully justified, and during a conversation with his comrades, he claimed that, because of his blood relation to Emperor Kanmu, that he and he alone was the rightful heir to Japan's throne. During this historic conversation, Masakado's oracle interrupted, channeling the voice of the sun goddess, Amaterasu. We confer imperial rank upon our child, Taira no Masakado. A night spent with the sun goddess confirmed to the warlord that what his oracle had claimed was true. He was Japan's rightful emperor. Word of intent to overthrow the throne spread through the country like wildfire, and warriors from across the land fled their homes to join the samurai warlord. According to one source, Masakado's own cousin, and later his killer, joined his cause as well. The cousin claimed something bizarre, that Masakado was accompanied by 6 other warriors of identical appearance, and no one could tell which was the real one. The cousin then began an affair with one of Masakado's concubines, and in confidence, she is reported to have told him that the warlord had a weak point below his neck, and that, out of the 7 Masakados, only his true form casts a shadow, implying that these doppelgangers were a product of magic. But more importantly, this information gave Masakado's own cousin the tools for betrayal, to shoot the real one in the neck with an arrow. Following Taira no Masakado's assassination and his head's public display, the emperor wrote an order for his men to execute all of the warlord's children, and all but 2 were killed. The 2 that escaped with their lives were his daughter, Satsuki, and his eldest son, Yoshiakado. The pair fled into the wilderness with the emperor's soldiers on their trail. Eventually, they stumbled upon a Shinto temple at the foot of Mount Tsukuba, a sacred mountain where they would stay for the next several months. Satsuki took up a monastic life and spent her days in prayer and meditation, while Yoshiakado explored the mountain and earned money through odd jobs. The prevailing legend tells that Yoshiakado, while climbing the mountain one night, came across a dirty and disheveled hermit who had taken up residency in one of the mountain's caves. The hermit identified himself as Nikushisen, a great magician of the time. To Yoshiakado's surprise, the wizard knew his name and told him that he was the heir of Taira no Masakado, and thus the throne belonged to him. Nikushisen then gave Yoshiakado a scroll containing the secrets of frog magic, with a promise that victory would be theirs. So, why frog magic? Well, the most likely reason is because frogs in Shinto tradition are intrinsically linked with things or people returning to a place or origin. This is because the word for frog, kaeru, also means to return. In Yoshiakado's case, the manipulation of frogs could very well lead to the righteous emperor's return to the throne. Perhaps the same belief was held by Taira no Masakado himself, who was known to manipulate frogs through magic, blocking pathways so that enemies couldn't reach him in battle. Today, Masakado's own grave and tombstone are surrounded by stone frogs who are said to protect him. Magic in general was no secret to Japan's samurai, including Masakado, whose training as a disciple to a warrior chieftain in Kyoto included significant esoteric and occult study. The samurai were deeply spiritual, no different than the common folk at that time. The only difference was that the samurai trained for years to control the forces around them to their advantage and leverage kami to defeat their opponents. Magical warfare was a very real phenomenon. Spells were written down on scrolls, carved into wood, or uttered in the presence of magicians. Most famously, samurai would perform cleansing and banishing rituals before assassinations so that their enemies would not feel them coming. In fact, Masakado's own cousin is supposed to have performed this exact ritual before taking the 7-foot warlord by surprise. With the hermit's final blessing, Yoshiakado returned to his sister and presented Nikushisen's scroll. Already a monastic with knowledge of the occult, Satsuki studied the scroll day and night until she was finally able to command the power of frog magic. And it was then that she took on the name Takayasha to signify her graduation into a witch. Takayasha's first pursuit was to use the frog magic to establish communication with her dead father, who then advised upon the next course of action she was to take: rebellion. The siblings returned to their father's castle and reunited what was left of his army, and Takayasha conjured a battalion of spirits to guard the grounds as they prepared for war. Eventually, rumors of a second Masakado uprising reached the emperor. Alarmed by this possibility, he dispatched his bravest warrior to investigate. The tale goes that, as the samurai walked along a forest path, Takayasha disguised herself as a prostitute and emerged to seduce him. They went to her house, where she let her robe drop to display her bare shoulders, and she fueled him with cup after cup of hot sake. But in his drunken stupor, the warrior recognized her, and Takayasha immediately summoned a monstrous yokai known as Gashado Kuro, a giant skeleton formed from the bone matter of Masakado's dead troops. Through skill or sheer luck, the emperor's samurai managed to kill the witch and end her necromancy before his life was forfeit. This occurrence is famously depicted in this woodblock print from the Edo period. I previously mentioned that the Japanese word kaeru means both frog and to return. While Takayasha was killed, and her brother too, her frog magic used to summon and communicate with her father's spirit appeared to have worked. In fact, it has been speculated that Takayasha's practice of frog magic actually prevented Masakado from passing into the afterlife, and instead made him return to the realm of the living, where he would be bound eternally. After several months of Taira no Masakado's severed head hanging from a tree in Kyoto's central district, residents finally decided to act and talked amongst one another about how to rid themselves of the cursed head. For each night, the head shouted for its body to be returned to it, and its cries were growing louder and louder. Then, on one moonlit evening, a resident timidly approached Masakado's head and told it the location of his body. Supposedly, the head smiled wistfully and went quiet. Days later, the ground around the tree began to shake, and Masakado's eyes glowed red. It's recorded that his head began to levitate until the tree was uprooted. Then, the cursed head flew into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Now, a flying head sounds a bit crazy, but there are actually several locations where the head is believed to have landed during the search for its body. One is the city of Gifu, where Masakado's head was reportedly shot down from the sky with an arrow. The temple Nangutaisha stands to this day to mark the spot where the archer brought down the Goryo. But regardless of this pit stop and others made along the way, the head ultimately came to rest in a rural fishing village, the humble site of what would one day become the modern metropolis of Tokyo. The local peasants, muddied and downtrodden, found Masakado's head and washed it. To them, Taira no Masakado embodied everything a warrior should be. He had been unjustly murdered, even betrayed, for rebelling against a corrupt and lazy government that let its people starve. In his honor, the villagers painstakingly constructed a temple, and a religious cult was formed around Masakado. They deified him and worshipped him as a great spirit, invoking him for their own protection. However, Masakado's deification by the village peasants did not satisfy his rage. Not long after the shrine had been erected, villagers heard an eerie cry from his gravesite. Then lightning struck, and the village fell into complete darkness, save for the luminous phantom samurai, 7 feet tall, standing beside Masakado's grave. From then on, many sightings were recorded of the warlord's spirit, haunting the village's backstreets on quiet, overcast nights. But the real trouble was still festering underground. As the village transformed into a city, Masakado's grave was forgotten and eventually fell into disrepair. While his grave deteriorated between 950 and 1616 AD, a number of major earthquakes and other natural disasters struck, killing thousands, each paired with clear sightings of Masakado's ghost. Finally, a serious plague infested the city, and the local leaders decided that it was time for action. To appease the Great Spirit, whom the locals considered to be the cause of the city's gravely ill fortune, Masakado's still non-decomposed head was relocated to a more grandiose shrine, one hopefully befitting of the warlord. He was officially deified by the Japanese government and given the rank of kami, a protecting spirit. A cult once again formed in his name, and regular pilgrimage was made to his shrine. At least for a while, it seemed that the haunting had stopped, and Masakado's spirit had been pacified. That was, of course, not the case. Moving on into the modern era, we have much more historical documentation to separate fact from fiction, and demonstrate that, whether or not you believe in the paranormal, tragedy and death seem to befall those who disrespect the grave of Masakado's head. In 1874, the newly crowned Emperor Meiji visited Masakado's shrine and removed his kami status, citing his rebellious and treasonous activities as justification. Masakado's shrine was torn down, and the head was relocated to a much smaller and more secluded shrine. Meiji was explicitly warned against desecrating the Great Spirit's burial mound, but he chose to ignore this advice. This event is said to have reawakened the Goryo of Masakado. In 1923, a violent earthquake destroyed much of Tokyo, followed by a raging fire tornado that in all killed over 140,000 people. This horrific event, known as the Great Kanto Earthquake, was considered at the time to have been the worst natural disaster to ever strike Japan. It was also believed by many Japanese to have been retribution for the desecration of Masakado's shrine. During the earthquake, the Ministry of Finance's offices were completely destroyed, and Masakado's new shrine took serious damage. Government officials excavated the shrine, but found an empty stone chamber. Masakado was missing. With no head to be found, the shrine was demolished and the Ministry of Finance built new offices on top of the land. Followers of Masakado's religious cult warned the government that what they were doing would have grave implications. Almost immediately after the building's development, 14 people tied to the construction were found dead in mysterious circumstances. Several others contracted unknown illnesses and drifted into comas. And Japan's own Minister of Finance, Sasoku Seiji, who had greenlighted the project despite the warnings, died. Seeing that the death toll was just beginning, Masakado's followers warned the government again that the samurai's wrathful spirit would go on to commit even more chaos if he was not shown respect. This time, the government took their advice and demolished the buildings in honor of him, erecting a new monument for Masakado and restoring his shrine. They also performed an extensive pacification ceremony. A decade later, and 1,000 years to the day of Masakado's death, a bolt of lightning struck the communications ministry offices, starting a fire that engulfed much of Tokyo's Otamachi district. The raging flames conveniently found their way to the new Ministry of Finance building, which burnt to the ground. As soon as the fire was extinguished, pacification rites were made once again to appease Masakado's spirit, with the dead warlord now considered to be truly vengeful against the people of Tokyo. And yes, the head was still missing, and no, it would never be found. During the Second World War, the Americans destroyed most of Tokyo in bombing raids, but miraculously, Masakado's shrine remained intact. After Japan's defeat and occupation, the site of his shrine was supposed to become a parking lot. But when the construction team's bulldozer struck Masakado's gravestone, the vehicle suddenly overturned, gruesomely killing its operator. After this freak incident, the Americans took the hint and cancelled the whole operation, leaving the shrine where it was. Moving on into the 1980s, the Great Goryo had his kami status reinstated, and an altar was erected for him at Konda Shrine, which he had been removed from 110 years prior. Worshippers hoped that his spirit would finally find peace, though they warned, then and now, that anyone who disturbs his burial ground will unleash chaos upon themselves and all of Japan. In the West, our paranormal cynicism has left us mostly blind to much of the spiritual world. But in Japan, spiritualism is still taken very seriously, as is the curse of Taira no Masakado, the betrayed samurai of Heian period Japan. Since the 1960s, trained volunteers have cleaned and maintained the shrine constantly. In office buildings surrounding the shrine, cubicles are arranged so that employees can't sit with their back to the monument. And in the Bank of Tokyo Mitsubishi, which directly borders the shrine, a checking account under Taira no Masakado's name was opened and filled with appeasement money. Not that the Goryo would need it, seeing as how his untouchable land plot is worth literally millions of US dollars. In the words of a Tokyo resident on Twitter, "Our country's most wrathful spirit is being treated with the utmost care, more care than a nuclear weapon." In November of 2020, renovations were assigned to Masakado's gravesite in order to, according to Tokyo officials, make it safer and more welcoming to the modern world. During the renovation, while the warrior's monument was re-erected and his gravesite was being repaired, Masakado's empty head mound was temporarily removed. Immediately after, a magnitude 4.3 earthquake was reported in Ibaraki Prefecture. Now, Japan is prone to earthquakes. But what makes this one strange is that the earthquake occurred on the grounds of Enmyoin Temple. Enmyoin is the resting place of Masakado's torso, where his younger brother buried his headless body over a millennium ago. Do you believe that Taira no Masakado's vengeful spirit remains active to this day? Were the accounts of the talking head, frog magic, and skeleton necromancy all just old ghost stories? If so, why do the people of Japan take them so deadly seriously? And just where did Masakado's head go? Let me know your theories in the comments below. I'm Mr. Mythos. Thank you for watching. My deepest appreciation to my patrons, Joshua Bowden, Jimmy Page, the erudite and softly spoken lead guitarist of Led Zeppelin, once told a journalist, "I do not worship the devil, but magic does intrigue me, magic of all kinds. It wasn't for some years until I understood what it was all about." Page, a native to Hounslow, West London, shook the world of rock and roll unlike any other star before him. Broodingly handsome, witty, and with a quirky and exotic taste, Page was a peacock among pheasants. His circle was the most eccentric of the age of Aquarius, finger-snapping, hash-smoking, LSD-dropping dandies. Page's circle, however, had a darker side, a side entrenched in mystical Eastern esotericism and ancient magic, the occult. Jimmy Page's peacocking connected him with many of the legends of rock and roll, from Eric Clapton to the Rolling Stones, both of whom he regularly jammed with as a session guitarist. Page eventually founded Led Zeppelin, the experimental evolution of his former band, the New Yardbirds. Zeppelin, in his own words, came together like magic. First, he found John Paul Jones, the bass guitarist, then Robert Plant, the lead singer, and finally John Bonham, the drummer. An unholy quaternity reflected by their personal symbols, 4 sigils. Admittedly, this was an unusual choice of logo for a band. At the time, sigils were little known outside of esoteric circles. A sigil is a symbol used in magic, often the pictorial signature of a demon or other spirit, today most frequently employed in chaos magic. They can be used for blessings, just as they could be used for curses. It's speculated that Page's foray into the occult may have had devastating consequences for him and for his bandmates. Over a curious sort of time, bad luck, accidents, sickness, and eventually several deaths would plague the band members and those close to them. This is known as the curse of Led Zeppelin. For this investigation, we'll take a closer look at the historical facts surrounding these events, and with all due respect for the victims involved, explore the detailed speculations of longtime Zeppelin fans as well as occult researchers. Some say that Jimmy Page sold his soul, the soul of Robert Plant, and the soul of John Bonham to the devil. To understand the curse of Led Zeppelin in its full mystery, we must go back, long before the era of rock and roll, rewinding nearly 6 centuries to the infamous alchemist Johann Georg Faust. Welcome to Occult Mysteries. A pact with the devil, also known as a Faustian bargain, is a literary trope as old as time itself. Christian tradition tells that a contract with the devil is a transaction between Satan and a person. Satan delivers worldly goods, which the person exchanges for their soul. History abounds with tales of famed public figures said to have made pacts with the devil. The most famous of these tales is of Johann Georg Faust. The story of Faust begins with a dissatisfied scholar who has exhausted all means of human study. In exchange for infinite knowledge and a boundless hedonistic lifestyle, he trades his soul. The story opens with Faust alone in his study, preparing a ritual to conjure a spirit. "Therefore myself to magic I give," he says. When the devil, Mephistopheles, is summoned and agrees to serve Faust, the scholar implores, "How must I thy services repay?" To which Mephistopheles responds, "Undersignest merely with a drop of blood," which means, in no uncertain terms, with his soul. Faust accepts. Alas, the deal ends in tragedy. The story is said to have been based upon the real-life German alchemist Johann Georg Faust, who supposedly died in a laboratory explosion after the devil came to collect his soul personally. The devil, or Lucifer, which in Latin means the morning star, was created as the anointed cherub, the most powerful of God's angels. According to the book of Ezekiel, Lucifer had musical instruments built into his very being, stating that, quote, "The workmanship of your timbrels and pipes was prepared for you on the day you were created." And thus, Satan is thought to have been heaven's finest musician. It is because of this that there is an intrinsic, almost natural relationship between the Faustian bargain and music. And many of you may already be aware that deals with the devil are a common trope in nearly every musical genre. In the year 1713, famed Italian composer Giuseppe Tartini dreamt that the devil visited him and promised to serve him in exchange for his soul. In the dream, Tartini accepted and out of curiosity presented the devil with his violin. The great spirit began to play the most beautiful solo Tartini had ever heard. It left him breathless. When he awoke, Tartini frantically attempted to recreate the composition to the best of his recollection. This piece became the Devil's Trill Sonata, a composition noted for its incredibly difficult and technically complex double-stop trills, even though Tartini had only just taken up the violin 3 years prior. He went on to become one of the most influential violinists that ever lived. It is often speculated that Stairway to Heaven, Led Zeppelin's most famous song and often regarded as the most popular rock song of all time, was a product of the devil. Besides the well-known theory that the song played backwards is an audible ode to Satan, Robert Plant once said that the song came to him in a dream. And we must wonder, was it one similar to Tartini's? Dreams aside, we must now fast forward 2 centuries to the genre of music more notorious for Faustian bargains than any other, the blues. Robert Johnson, who would be a significant influence on Led Zeppelin long after his death, began as a struggling blues musician from the Mississippi Delta, born around the turn of the 20th century. He is perhaps most known not for his music, but for his alleged deal with the devil. Johnson is said to have approached the crossroads late on an October's evening, while the moon was full, and sold his soul to the devil, who came to him in the form of a large black man. The devil took Johnson's guitar and tuned it, completing the deal. The crossroads has long been associated with the paranormal. In both European and African folklore, the crossroads are a meeting point where the eternal truth touches the passing world. Stories of the crossroads were very popular among the southern African American community in Johnson's time. In Africa, the crossroad legend goes back as far as the Anansi people of West Africa. In Anansi tradition, the crossroads symbolized the making of decisions, spiritual communion, and the crossing of boundaries, both physical and metaphysical. Stories of the crossroads often do present a symbolic boundary. For example, in one version of Robert Johnson's Pact, the devil says to him, "If you take one more step in the direction you're heading, you are going to have the blues like never known to this world." Whether Johnson did sell his soul or not, we will never know. What we do know, however, is that prior to Johnson's supposed deal, he was considered by contemporaries to be an awful musician. He was said to have had no rhythm. He didn't have the blues. Johnson was murdered at the age of 27 by the jealous husband of one of his many girlfriends. A poisoned bottle of whiskey saw him crouched over, dead and bleeding from the mouth. What is perhaps most curious about Johnson's deal is not the Faustian bargain itself, as that's been seen hundreds of times, but rather the embodiment of the devil as a black man at the crossroads. In African esoteric religion, specifically Haitian voodoo, the guardian of the crossroads is Papa Legba. Legba serves as a gateway between the physical and spiritual worlds, providing a way for both to communicate with one another. Papa Legba is thought of as a trickster, but not a particularly evil or malevolent one, differing considerably from the Faustian concept of the crossroads devil. If we interpret the story of Robert Johnson through the lens of African religious folklore, then the dark figure Johnson meets is not a vile and despicable spirit, but rather a friend. In fact, folklorists have theorized that Johnson was a practitioner of voodoo, not Christianity. And this tells a very different scenario where Johnson did not visit the crossroads to sell his soul, but instead to ask his God for divine guidance and wisdom. The same outcome, however, might not translate to those who may have recreated his legendary actions with the wrong idea and intention. It may not be Papa Legba that they summon. Whatever Johnson did on that fateful night, he lived and died a legend and inspired countless musicians after him, the members of Led Zeppelin included. We know for a fact that at least 2 of the band's songs were directly influenced by and arguably taken from Robert Johnson, specifically the Lemon Song and Trampled Underfoot. And in 1969, they covered his song Traveling Riverside Blues. Rock and roll music, as we know it today, emerged from the blues. Bands like the Rolling Stones were inspired by musicians such as Howlin' Wolf, Muddy Waters, and Robert Johnson. The Rolling Stones began playing blues music fused with rock and roll in England. The Stones would later cite Muddy Waters as their main source of inspiration. Waters' song, Rolling Stone, was where they got their name. Another artist who drew great inspiration from the blues was Jimi Hendrix. Hendrix claimed that Muddy Waters was the first guitarist he had ever heard, and that Waters' performance blew him away. His rock and roll attitude and onstage persona he borrowed from Chuck Berry. Hendrix's blues roots gave way to a successful, albeit tragically short career as a psychedelic rocker, until his sudden death at 27. Artists like the Beatles, Cream, the Yardbirds, and the New Yardbirds, which would later become Led Zeppelin, were also inspired by the blues. In 1998, Jimmy Page and Robert Plant even journeyed to the Mississippi Delta to pay tribute at the tombstones of dead bluesmen. The supernatural has been with the blues for as long as the blues have been the blues. References to the devil are made in countless blues albums and singles. It is no surprise then that impressionable young British men, inspired by the great bluesmen of their generation, would also become interested in the supernatural. The birthplace of the blues is commonly thought to be Mississippi. To this day, you'll find large African American communities there who still hold their African roots close to their chests. It is from within these communities that we find the source of the supernatural elements of the blues. Many of the people there while now largely Christian, were originally practitioners of voodoo, and much of their spirituality spilt over into the music that they wrote and produced. The supernatural influences on blues music fed into early rock and roll. As rock was becoming popular in England, there was a countercultural revolution taking place. The youth were growing out their hair, turning away from authority, and embracing freedom. Jimmy Page was one of these long-haired British teenagers, shunning societal norms. The occult, for many young people at that time, including Page, was the polar opposite to the traditional Christianity that pervaded all sectors of British society. While the blues profoundly influenced Page and his generation's interest in the occult, there, of course, were other sources of inspiration. Aleister Crowley is a controversial figure, to say the least. He's also incredibly misunderstood. Many claim Crowley was a Satanist, though that suggests little understanding of the occult. Crowley was a magician, but not a devil worshipper, at least in the conventional sense. However, Crowley's magic was far from the play magic of David Blaine. His interests were not in illusions, but in unlocking dimensions, conversing with angels, and summoning demons. Crowley was a former member of the Golden Dawn Society, a group founded by Samuel Little McGregor Mathers toward the turn of the 20th century. The society was a secret one, akin to the Freemasons. The group claimed to have access to secret magical Egyptian knowledge. The Golden Dawn's intentions were not evil. In fact, the society wanted humanity to rise to higher levels of consciousness and awareness. They wanted the world to wake up. One member of the Golden Dawn was famed Irish poet William Butler Yeats. Another was Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, a medical doctor and author of Sherlock Holmes. Crowley was supposedly responsible for tearing the group apart through bitter infighting. Many of the Golden Dawn's leadership considered Crowley's form of magic to be self-centered and selfish, a sentiment he would later embrace with his "do what thou wilt" credo. After the Golden Dawn split, Crowley founded his own secret society, Ordo Templi Orientis, also known as OTO. The organization's religious headquarters was in Cefalu, Sicily. Crowley's life was spent in orgies and the consumption of copious amounts of drugs. Regardless, he never abandoned his commitment to esoteric magic and continued to mystify and allure his followers long after his death. In fact, he is said to have been the inspiration for L. Ron Hubbard's Scientology. Crowley was a well-cultured, educated, and clever man. He was also selfish, domineering, and cruel. It was his cruelty that, in the end, pushed people away from him. By the time of his death, Crowley had only a few followers. He died in a boarding house in Hastings, England. His last words, according to a friend, were, "Sometimes I hate myself." It was not Crowley's life that was particularly remarkable to the teenagers of the 1960s, with whom he became an icon, but rather his "do what thou wilt" credo. Musicians, beatniks, and rebels began to live according to this phrase. Ultimately, what Aleister Crowley and his teaching stood for was a rejection of society, self-gratification, and the pursuing of one's desires, however depraved and however abstract. It was this attitude that spurred the 60s countercultural revolution. Young people became emboldened, courageous, and were finally able to enjoy themselves through sex, drugs, and rock and roll. So the occult was fashionable, most certainly. But with all types of fashion, we find people who take them much more seriously than others. One such person was Jimmy Page, who came, in a way, to almost worship Crowley, going as far as to join his organization, OTO, where he has remained a member for nearly 50 years. Crowley's particular brand of magic was inspired by a spirit named Aiwass, who he channeled through his wife while in Cairo. Thus, the magic he promoted was supposedly of the ancient Egyptians, which we can see from his religious texts and writings, as they are abound with references to a mystic, secret form of Egyptian magic. This too was something embraced by Jimmy Page. In the Victoria and Albert Museum in London, one of Page's stage outfits is displayed. On it, we see the Eye of Horus enveloped in a pyramid. What is for one person a passing breeze is for another a tornado that consumes every part of them. For Jimmy Page, it appears that he was of the latter persuasion. Page's life has been shrouded in mystery. He is an elusive and intriguing figure, and undoubtedly one of the greatest rock stars to ever walk on this earth. A rock star unlike any other. Jimmy Page was born to James and Patricia Page in West London on the 9th of January 1944. His father was a personnel manager at a plastic coating plant. His mother was a doctor's secretary. In 1952, Page's family moved to Epsom, Surrey, which is where Page first developed a love for music. His first guitar was a Spanish one, and he found it mysteriously in a cupboard in his home, as if by magic. He would later say, "I don't know whether the guitar was left behind by the people in the house before us, or whether it was a friend of the family's. Nobody seemed to know why it was there." Jimmy Page, to his credit, was largely self-taught. He attended very few guitar classes and mastered the instrument on his own. In 1957, he appeared on BBC One with a guitar he had bought with his savings. His first electric guitar he bought secondhand. From an early age, Page was a fan of the blues, citing Elmore James, B.B. King, Otis Rush, Freddie King, and Muddy Waters as his inspirations. Page's interest in the occult also began young. As a schoolboy of 15, he read Aleister Crowley's Magic in Theory and Practice. After coming across the book, he would later be quoted as saying, "Yes, that's it. My thing. I've found it." By the mid-1960s, Page had become an accomplished session guitarist and surrounded himself with groupies, hippies, and pot-smoking dropouts. The sex, drugs, and rock and roll, however, were not enough for the young Jimmy Page. After rising to fame in the Yardbirds, Jimmy founded a new quartet, Led Zeppelin. Zeppelin was quickly signed to Atlantic Records and managed by Peter Grant, who previously managed Chuck Berry and the Animals. Within a year, the band had gathered a cult-like following among rock fans in the United Kingdom, Europe, and United States. Fans immediately began to notice Page's fascination with the occult. In the few interviews he gave, he made frequent reference to the occult and his study of it. He once told a journalist that, "You cannot ignore evil if you study the supernatural as I do. I have many books on the subject, and I've also attended a number of seances. I want to go on studying it." And go on he did. Page is thought to have asked his bandmates, Robert Plant, John Bonham, and John Paul Jones, to perform a ritual with him that would cement Led Zeppelin's name in rock and roll history and set them up for life. The ritual, however, could not be spoken of. It would redefine their futures and that of Led Zeppelin. Among occultists, this type of magic is not taken lightly. It involves the conjuring of ancient spirits, the gods of men. These rituals, which would have been all too familiar to Aleister Crowley, should only be performed by experienced occultists and wizards, not half-stoned musicians, one practitioner would later claim. It is commonly thought that out of the quartet, the only member to refuse to participate in the ritual was John Paul Jones. The trouble started for Led Zeppelin soon after their rise to popularity, coinciding with the alleged ritual. First, Robert Plant was nearly killed in a serious car accident. Then, just 2 weeks later, his Aston Martin fell on top of him and crushed him, breaking his ribs. Perhaps this was an omen of the greater harm that was still to come. Perhaps the half-stoned rockers of Led Zeppelin were not as great magicians as they thought they were. Almost immediately, Led Zeppelin's fanbase began to swell to become an indomitable and unforgettable rock force still adored by millions to this day. And as Led Zeppelin's fame grew, so too did Jimmy Page's wealth and freedom to practice the occult without restraint, financially or otherwise. Page purchased Boleskine House on the shores of Loch Ness. It was the former home of his idol, Aleister Crowley, and the supposed location of a ritual said to have torn the fabric of our universe and allowed evil unlike any other to enter into it. Crowley's mentor, Samuel Liddell MacGregor Mathers, had translated the medieval occultist grimoire, The Book of Sacred Magic of Aubermelin the Mage. His translation, albeit a poor one, was used by Crowley to perform a ritual to summon the 12 kings and dukes of hell. Now, Crowley seldom criticized himself, but even he admitted that his rituals at Boleskine House had gotten out of hand. After his housekeeper's 10-year-old daughter and 1-year-old son died suddenly and inexplicably, Crowley abandoned the property. He would later claim that a former employee of Boleskine House turned by the evil he saw there and attempted to murder his entire family. To this day, locals claim that evil spirits walk the grounds of Boleskine House, and it's easy to see why they might. In 1965, the new owner of the property, an Army major, took his own life with a shotgun. Friends of Jimmy Page and visitors to Boleskine House would claim that at dusk, as the sun disappeared, that the patio and gardens would become awash with shadows, phantoms, and specters, the residue of a century of ritual magic. Servants and maids came as quickly as they went, all agreeing that the home was pure evil. In 1992, after spending less than 3 months living there in his 22-year ownership, Jimmy Page sold Boleskine House, stating that bad vibes ran through it. In 2015, the most recent owners of Boleskine House returned from a trip to the grocery store and found the manor set ablaze. The property was empty at the time the fire started, and no explanation has ever been offered in its wake. The evil of Boleskine House did not begin with Aleister Crowley, however. The earliest mention of death on the property is from the 10th century. According to legend, a church once stood on the property's grounds, but, like Boleskine House, was set ablaze and burnt to the ground, trapping the entirety of its congregants inside. The cemetery, which sits at the foot of the hill Boleskine House stands on, has long been the site of cult rituals. A hidden tunnel linked the manor to the cemetery, supposedly to give the property owners quick access to the graveyard to prevent body snatching, which was, at the time, very common. But returning to Jimmy Page, his obsession with Aleister Crowley was not limited to just buying his one-time home. Page bought an esoteric bookstore, which was a namesake of Crowley's journal, The Equinox. Around the corner, Page purchased the infamous Tower House, a building long associated with paranormal activity. One of his girlfriends, Pamela DeBar, claimed that Page had her travel to San Francisco and Los Angeles to search for Crowley's lost artifacts. There, she was able to locate a number of manuscripts, pieces of magical apparatus, and Crowley's ritual robes. Page, of course, had his own robes. He often arrived on stage wearing custom-made, one-off costumes. Possibly the most notorious of these was Page's infamous dragon suit, a black one-piece embroidered with his personal sigil, a full-length Chinese dragon, and astrological symbols. Experienced occult practitioners assert that Page's costume was indeed a magical robe used in on-stage rituals. Page's fascination with Crowley spilled over into Led Zeppelin's album covers and artwork too. On Led Zeppelin III, carved into the vinyl with a stylus, we find the inscription, "So mote it be," on one side, and on the other, "Do what thou wilt." Do what thou wilt is a core article of faith in Crowley's Thelemite belief system and powerful magical incantations. The infamous magician and friend of Page, William S. Burroughs, believes strongly in the power of electrical magic, the idea of harnessing electricity to perform occult rituals. So a Thelemite magical incantation spinning on millions of turntables across the world at the same time would make for a good example of this. The other phrase, "So mote it be," originated among the Freemasons. In English, it is customary to end a prayer with the word Amen, which is a Latin word meaning "so be it." The word mote in English is an archaic verb that means might or may. So mote it be then means so may it be. In Freemasonry, every ceremony ends with these words, which is likely where Jimmy Page took it from. However, there is a more interesting theory. In the Arabic language, mote or al-mote means death. So mote it be could, in theory, mean so death it be. When we consider Page's fascination with Eastern esotericism and ancient Egypt, the theory holds some weight. By Led Zeppelin IV, the occult symbolism became painstakingly obvious, as if Page no longer made any attempts at hiding it. On the inside of the album's cover was a painting of the Hermit, a tarot card symbol, and from left to right on the inner sleeve were 4 sigils, representing Page, Jones, Bonham, and Plant, respectively. Most of these sigils can be traced to Rudolf Koch's 1955 Book of Science, a work featuring a collection of ancient magical and alchemical symbols from across the world. Robert Plant's sigil is said to be the Feather of Truth, a representation of the Egyptian goddess Mayat. John Bonham's was the least occult-like, a simple drum kit. John Paul Jones' sigil was a Celtic symbol, co-opted by Christianity to represent the Trinity among the Britons. Page's personal sigil, an inscription that reads Zoso, is harder to pin down, however. Some say it originated in the famed black magic grimoire Le Dragon Rouge, an arcane text which contains detailed instructions for making a pact with the devil. Page has publicly claimed that he will never tell anybody what the sigils mean, not least his own. This is interesting in and of itself, as occultists and chaos magicians ascertain that a powerful sigil must not be spoken of after the spell is cast, or the spell will backfire. Page purportedly once revealed the meaning of the sigils in a quiet moment to an intoxicated Plant. Plant would later say, "I was wasted at the time, and by the next morning, I had forgotten. I asked him the next day to tell me again, and he said he couldn't, or wouldn't." The band members themselves were not the only ones to receive their own personal sigils, however. Sandy Denny, a frequent collaborator, even got her own, perhaps to her detriment. Denny would, sadly, become one of the first victims of the alleged curse of Led Zeppelin. In 1976, she suffered a dramatic downward spiral of mental illness and began throwing herself off of flights of stairs. In 1978, Denny was found at the foot of a staircase in her home, having fallen into a coma from which she would never awake. The underground filmmaker, drug taker, and freak, Kenneth Anger, first met Jimmy Page at an auction for some of Aleister Crowley's collectibles. Page outbid Anger. The two became close shortly after, and Anger commissioned Page to compose the soundtrack for his latest project, Lucifer Rising. Fair warning to all of you watching, the film Lucifer Rising is believed by occultists to be a form of electric magic, similar to the vinyl etchings on Led Zeppelin 3 mentioned earlier. The entire film is likely a ritual in and of itself. In theory, by watching the film, you participate in the ritual and sacrifice your own energy. So for that reason, I won't show footage from the actual film here, only stills. Lucifer Rising had, at that point, already been a chaotic production. The film's 7-year development had already gone awry after its lead actor, Bobby Beausoleil, a member of the Manson family, had abruptly quit. Beausoleil stole rough cuts and cameras from the studio, and to take his revenge, Kenneth Anger constructed a magic talisman, on which one side there was a likeness of Beausoleil, and on the other, a toad. Beausoleil would end up in prison for life within a year of the curse. Jimmy Page happily agreed to perform the soundtrack for Lucifer Rising. Time would tell, however, that Anger could not work with Page, as he found the rock star's drug addictions impossible to accommodate. After multiple delays, Page only delivered 20 minutes of music out of the 40 that Anger had paid for. Anger was infuriated, and equally, Page became annoyed with Anger's demands to complete the job. The project degenerated, Page pulled out, and he evicted Anger from Boleskine House, where he had allowed the filmmaker to live rent-free. In response, Anger flamed in the media and publicly placed a curse on Jimmy Page and his band. This curse, many claim, marked the beginning of the end for Led Zeppelin. While Led Zeppelin had already experienced its fair share of tragedy, the real problems only began after Anger's supposed curse. Mere months later, Robert Plant was nearly killed in a second, albeit more serious car crash, where he drove off of a cliff in Greece. The accident nearly claimed his life and that of his wife and his child. Plant was wheelchair-bound for several performances afterwards. Then, as soon as he recovered and prepared to tour, he was struck with serious laryngitis, leaving him unable to sing. Plant's laryngitis caused the band to cancel the tour that was set to be Led Zeppelin's biggest tour ever, with tickets selling out at a rate of 72,000 per day. This shocking cancellation was a catalyst for a riot in Cincinnati, where disgruntled and scorned fans stormed the planned venue. Oddly, the scene of the Cincinnati riot would later become the scene of 11 deaths after The Who's notorious trampling incident just 2 years later. When the tour eventually kicked off an entire month late, there were major problems backstage. A promoter staff assaulted the band manager Peter Grant's 11-year-old son for taking a dressing room sign. John Bonham saw this and kicked the man away from the child. Later, he informed Grant and 2 of the band's road crew of what happened, and they attacked the man in retaliation. All 4 of them were arrested on serious assault. In fact, they nearly found themselves sentenced to prison. Only a short while after, Robert Plant received a phone call from his wife informing him that their 5-year-old son, Karik, had suddenly fallen ill. 2 hours later, she called back. Karik had died, and the band immediately canceled the remainder of the tour. This absolute tragedy spiraled Plant and the rest of the band into their darkest days. Plant withdrew from the public eye completely and returned to his family and farm in the West Midlands of England. While all of these events were taking place, Jimmy Page was battling an intense heroin and cocaine addiction that saw him comatose from drugs on an almost daily basis. Meanwhile, John Bonham was becoming a volatile alcoholic and grew more unpredictable by the day. The events surrounding Bonham would unfortunately prove to be the undoing of Led Zeppelin. In 1980, after a day of extremely heavy drinking, he was sent home from a band rehearsal to Page's Windsor home. A friend tucked him into bed, assuming that he would sleep it off. He died in his sleep. After Bonham died, Led Zeppelin was over. They released a statement. We want it to be known that the loss of our dear friend and the deep respect we have for his family, together with the feeling of undivided harmony that we and our manager feel, have led us to decide that we can't continue as we were. Rather than replace their drummer and their friend, Led Zeppelin chose to disband and would never release new music again. The curse of Led Zeppelin is tragic, though no less compelling than the many mysteries that shroud the history of rock and roll. One aspect of the curse that critics often pick up on is that Jimmy Page, the alleged figurehead of the ritual and the person who was the recipient of Anger's supposed curse, escaped relatively unharmed. A counter to that, and one that is often overlooked, is that Page, though alive and well, has not been able to write a popular song or achieve commercial success in nearly 40 years. It's almost as if the magic just one day stopped. What do you make of the events surrounding Led Zeppelin? Do you believe Jimmy Page made a pact with the devil? Or did Kenneth Anger seal their fate? Leave your speculations in the comments below. Anger once said on the subject of the curse that they had so many servants, yet they would never offer me a cup of tea or a sandwich, which is such a mistake on their part, because I put the curse of King Midas on them. If you're greedy and just amass gold, you'll get an illness. So I did turn her and Jimmy Page into statues of gold because they've both lost their minds. He can't write songs anymore. I'm Mr. Mythos. Thank you for watching. I'd like to give a special shout out to my patrons: Joshua Bowden, E.C. Haver, Regen Thoughts, Capricorn Studios, Late for Tea, Mad Mouse, Michael Harris, Noah Lesham, Preston, Problem Goblin, Succubus GF, and High Black Desert. The Middle Ages were a strange time. Clean water was in short supply, so people would drink wine and beer at 10 in the morning. Bizarre punishments for crimes, such as forcing the perpetrator to wear animal masks in public, were as common as ripping the criminal apart on a stretching rack. With an average lifespan of 30-odd years, the Middle Ages didn't make life easy. Surely such a world could drive one to the brink of insanity. A medical journal from the Middle Ages reported a bizarre event that may very well be the first case of mass hysteria recorded in detail, occurring prior to the famous dancing plague of 1518. I'm speaking of the case of the French meowing nuns. It all began in a French convent when a single nun inexplicably began to meow, just like a cat. You would expect her fellow nuns to be shocked and confused, but this was not the case. Only minutes later, every nun in the convent began to meow the same as her. This went on for a little while and then stopped. All returned to normal and it was back to business. Until the next day. At the same time as the previous day, the nuns were struck by some hysterical force and began to meow again, then stopping after a little while and speaking as if the event never occurred. Day after day this went on, and the cat concerts grew even longer, reaching several hours at a time. At this point, soldiers were brought in to contain the situation, ordered to whip and beat the nuns until they stopped, putting an end to the case of the meowing nuns. So, was this a legitimate case of mass hysteria? Or just a group of bored ladies having a laugh? In that time, many nuns were forced by their parents to join convents such as this one, and submit to a stressful, difficult, and numbing lifestyle of poverty, labor, and celibacy. You almost have to seriously wonder, with the details given, whether this was done in jest or even as a harmless act of rebellion. There is, of course, the Christian motif of the cat, which leads us down a different direction altogether. Cats have long been thought to be familiars of the devil, or spiritual manifestations of something demonic. Witches were thought to shapeshift into black cats, for example. In the case of the nuns, the church likely interpreted it as a case of demonic possession. Perhaps the nuns, in their hysteria, felt they were being possessed, and the ones who joined in truly believed in that reality, as is the case in most mass hysterias. Similarly, if they were doing it as a joke or to get a rise out of their superiors, I think it worked. The cat nun hysteria doesn't end there though. We should take a look at a related and perhaps more extreme case. Sometime in the 1400s, a German nun viciously bit one of her fellow nuns in the convent. Like a vampiric plague, it was only minutes until the bit nun bit another nun, and all the nuns began biting each other. It spread like wildfire. Throughout Germany, there were reports of biting nuns, and this nefarious hysteria traveled into Holland and even into Rome. It was terror across borders, but then suddenly, the nuns stopped biting each other. Other than the theory of exhaustion, no one knows why they stopped. And certainly, no one knows why they started. What do you think of the cat nuns? Do you think they meowed and bit each other on purpose? Do you think they were hysterical? Or do you think it was the work of the devil? Let me know in the comments below. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this short dive into hysterical history and want more crazy stories from the past, subscribe and give this video a like. I'm Mr. Mythos, and I'll see you in the next video.
At the dawn of the 19th century, in a cellar in Mayfair, the most famous scientist of the time, Humphrey Davy, built an extraordinary piece of electrical equipment. 4 meters wide, twice as long, and containing stinking stacks of acid and metal. It had been created to pump out more electricity than had ever been possible before. It was, in fact, the biggest battery the world had ever seen. And with it, Davy was about to propel us into a new age. That moment would take place at a lecture at the Royal Institution in front of hundreds of London's great and good. Filled with anticipation, they packed the seats, hoping to witness a new and exciting electrical wonder. But what they would see that night would be something truly unique, something they'd remember for the rest of their lives. Using just 2 simple carbon rods, Humphrey Davy was about to unleash the true potential of electricity. Electricity is one of nature's most awesome phenomena, and the most powerful manifestation of it we ever see.
is lightning. This is the story of how we first dreamed of controlling this primal force of nature and how we would ultimately become its master. It's a 300-year tale of dazzling leaps of imagination and extraordinary experiments. Tens of thousands of volts passed across his body and through the end of a lamp that he was holding. It's a story of maverick geniuses who used electricity to light our cities, to communicate across the seas and through the air, to create modern industry, and to give us the digital revolution. But in this film, we'll tell the story of the very first scientists who started to unlock the mysteries of electricity. There's something alive in there. They studied its curious link to life, built strange and powerful instruments to create it, and even tamed lightning itself. It was these men who truly laid the foundations of the modern world. And it all started with a spark. Imagine our world without electricity. It will be dark, cold, and quiet. In many ways, it will be like the beginning of the 18th century, where our story begins. This is the Royal Society in London.
The Middle Ages were a strange time. Clean water was in short supply, so 13th century, within a Benedictine monastery in medieval Bohemia, a monk named Hermann committed a terrible atrocity, one which not only broke his monastic vows, but warranted a death sentence. He was bricked behind the thick walls of the monastery, left to starve alone. Before the final brick was placed, Hermann called out for mercy. To humor him, the abbot struck an impossible deal. He was to create a book, a tome of all the world's knowledge combined, and he was to do it in a single night. Desperately, Hermann accepted. The materials were shoved into the small gap in the wall. The monk wasted no time in starting. But as the night went on, reality set in. The task was impossible, and Hermann was doomed to fail. Unless there was one last thing he could bargain with: his soul. That night, the monk exchanged his soul to the devil for a completed book, a monumental tome of the world's greatest works. As a nod of appreciation, the monk drew a full-page portrait of the devil within. The next morning, Hermann handed the book over to the abbot, and his life was spared. This legend, which has been told since not long after the book's creation, does indeed have some merit. There are certain aspects about the book that, to this day, still leave archaeologists and historians confused and unsure how the book, known as the Codex Gigas, or the Devil's Bible, was even written. On top of this, there are legends of a curse that has followed the Devil's Bible throughout the centuries. I'm Mr. Mythos, and I welcome you to Truth or Lore. Be sure to subscribe if you love investigating the mysteries of history like I do. Every sub is an incredible support for the videos I make on my channel. Without further ado, let's open the pages of this tome and uncover the truth in what makes this one of the most foreboding medieval manuscripts in the world. The Codex Gigas, Latin for giant book. It's known by that name for one reason. its incredible size. 36 inches tall, 20 inches wide, and nearly 9 inches thick. This monumental work weighs as much as a person. At 165 pounds, it requires 2 librarians to lift. Its binding is made from leather and ornamental metal. Its pages are composed of the skins of at least 160 donkeys. Within the book, every page is composed meticulously and with skill no lesser than absolute mastery, down to the illumination of every letter. As described within the legend, the world's knowledge contained within includes the entire Latin Bible, as well as Isidore of Seville's Encyclopedia Etymology, Josephus's Antiquities of the Jews, and Cosmas of Prague's Chronicle of Bohemia. Many smaller texts are dispersed throughout, notably writings on magic formulae, exorcism rituals, and a calendar. As with any decent mystery of history, 10 pages are curiously missing. No one is sure what they contained or why they were removed. Those pages have never been recovered. Besides its physical size, its most famous feature is a bizarre full-page depiction of the devil on page 290. This monstrous creature fills the otherwise empty page in full color and unique detail. With his menacing stare, curved claws, red horns, and 2 tongues. He is naked, with the exception of an ermine loincloth. Historians note that ermine is worn by royalty. In this depiction, the devil wears ermine to signify himself as the Prince of Darkness. What blurs the lines between myth and reality is the bizarre imbalance between the manuscript's relentless attention to detail and its sheer scope. Here's the thing, the text is heavily illuminated. What does this mean? Pages and letters are adorned with masterful skill throughout. Tiny illustrations, elaborate borders, stylized and decorated letters. Incredibly, and some experts say impossibly, the nature of the writing is completely uniform throughout. There are no noticeable signs of change in look or quality, not even in the slightest. We can draw 2 conclusions from this. First, the Codex Gigas was written by a single scribe. Second, the baffling uniformity from beginning to end suggests that it may have been written in a very short period of time. Here lies the issue. The manuscript experts say this is not possible. The immense level of detail and gigantic collections of texts would have taken over 5 years of ceaseless writing, all day and all night, to complete. Even so, this estimate excludes many illustrations. Realistically, the experts state that it would have taken at least 25 years to write, and more likely 30. However, there is still the problem of uniformity. Why does the scribe show no signs of aging, disease, mood, or even increased skill? How can someone write for 30 years without wavering even once in nature or quality? These are unsolved questions that give the legend of the Devil's Bible a run for its money. Experts genuinely don't know how such meticulous uniformity is possible for such a length of time. Even with great intention and dedication, there are still physical limitations to the human body that come with age, such as eyesight deterioration or arthritis. On the other hand, we should take a closer look at the portrait of the devil, as it is clearly one of the book's primary focal points. Throughout the Codex's history, it is likely that the book was displayed with this page open. But what many people don't know is that there is another full-page illustration directly next to it. Though we can't say for sure, experts believe that this depicts the kingdom of heaven. So as the book is displayed open, this double-page spread symbolizes the duality between good and evil. In this case, perhaps the drawing of the devil is a warning from the monk, as opposed to an ode of appreciation. More questions rise when looking into the scribe's signature found within the text. It reads, Hermanus Inclusus. This small detail could either support or undermine the legend of the Devil's Bible. Hermanus is, of course, the monk's name, Herman. Inclusus, though, can be interpreted either one of two ways in Latin. Inclusus could signify a horrifying punishment, in line with the original myth. However, it could also be interpreted as voluntary isolation, hence its similarity to the English word recluse. In this view, the scribe could have chosen to withdraw himself from society and dedicate himself entirely to his life's work. So, there are certainly arguments for and against the legend. Mysterious origins aside, there is yet another legend that persists with this book. The Curse of the Devil's Bible. Apparently, the Codex Gigas has been through hell through the centuries, and its owners with it. Whether or not it's true, let's humor this for a minute. In the year 1477, 200 or so years after its creation, the Benedictine monastery in Bohemia experienced some serious financial woes. To pay the bills, the monks decided to sell their most precious and long-concealed treasure, the Codex Gigas, to the Benedictine monastery in Brevnov. Soon after, the original monastery was destroyed during the Hussite Revolution. The book was kept in Brevnov until 1593, when they lent the Codex Gigas to Holy Roman Emperor Rudolf II in Prague. Of course, to their luck, he decidedly never returned this rental. Why? Historians have revealed just how preoccupied Rudolf became with the Codex, particularly as an extension of his obsession with the occult. As the years passed, his rule became increasingly paranoid and erratic. His family took notice of his obsessive behavior and overthrew his position as king. Rudolf died in 1612, but the Codex remained. 6 years later, the 30 Years' War began. This brutal war ended with the Swedish army seizing the late Rudolf's entire collection of books and art, and discovering its unmissable treasure, Codex Gigas. It was brought to its final home, the Royal Library in Stockholm. But the curse was not yet finished. In 1697, a fierce fire engulfed the royal castle. In a last-ditch effort to save the book, it was thrown out of a nearby window, falling on and injuring an unsuspecting bystander. Though much of this so-called curse can be chalked up to mere coincidence, almost tame compared to other curses, this nasty reputation of the Devil's Bible is not a modern invention. Throughout the centuries, people have felt and feared its ominous aura. Yet this walk through history raises one last point of curiosity. If this was or is indeed an evil book, we have to face the fact that it somehow survived the Inquisition. During the Inquisition, the Catholic Church had nearly complete rule over Europe, and anything deemed satanic or even remotely against the best interests of the Church was systematically sought out and destroyed, or in the case of human beings, tortured and executed. Much knowledge and historical records were lost in this time, but not the Codex Gigas. In fact, it is one of the best preserved medieval manuscripts we still have today. Yet so many questions remain, like those 10 pages torn and lost. And what of the baffling mystery of the unwavering penmanship of the scribe? As they say, the devil is in the details. Every last letter. Thank you so much for watching. If you were fascinated by this possibly evil medieval masterwork and want more mysteries of history to explore, subscribe to my channel and give this video a like. As always, friends, stay tuned for the next episode of Truth or Lore.
Men have always
July 27th, 1960, New York City.
This investigation is Welcome, friends, to Truth or Lore. I am Mr. Mythos, and today we will explore a curious case of Indian mythology that raises a new set of questions when tested by modern science. Located southeast of India within the Palk Strait is a distinctive chain of limestone shoals connecting India to Sri Lanka. This bridge is known as Rama's Bridge from the perspective of Hinduism, but it may be better known by its Islamic name, Adam's Bridge. For thousands of years, local myth and religious folklore has explained the man-made origins of this 18-mile or 30-kilometer linking structure. But many scientists over the decades have pushed back, insisting that it is nothing more than a natural formation composed of sand, silt, and small pebbles collected over time. A bridge that length would have been basically impossible to build thousands of years ago. A monumental feat of engineering for early humans, nothing short of miraculous. However, more modern investigation by researchers hark back to the possibility that the legends may have real insight as to the origins of this bridge, albeit shrouded in a religious veil. Before we dive in, please subscribe to my channel if you're interested in strange archaeology, ancient myth, and the most puzzling mysteries of history. I promise to bring you the best and most in-depth content possible here on Truth or Lore. We'll begin our investigation by taking a closer look at the bridge itself. Adam's Bridge was above sea level and fully walkable up until the 15th century. This we know for sure. Sometime around 1480 AD, a wild and violent storm desolated the bridge and deepened the channel. Since that day, the bridge structure has largely been underwater, with depths ranging from shallow to deep. Because it is still so close to the water surface, today ships from India must take another route in order to reach Sri Lanka. Adam's Bridge is a very sacred place in both Muslim and Hindu religious cultures. Both have their own distinctively different accounts of how the bridge was built. According to Hinduism, the bridge known as Rama's Bridge was built by a monkey man army led by the demigod Hanuman. According to Islam, the bridge known as Adam's Bridge was built by a grieving giant, the first man on earth. You can probably guess his name. We'll begin with the Islamic origins of the bridge. Adam's Bridge is named in reference to the Abrahamic myth of Adam and Eve, but it isn't the only location in Sri Lanka named after Adam. Adam's story in Sri Lanka begins at the 7,360-foot mountaintop known as Adam's Peak, the site where some Islamic traditions lay claim that the Prophet Adam first set foot on Earth. The peak bears a distinctive footprint-like indent in the ground measuring 5.5 by 2.5 feet. The Prophet Muhammad stated that Adam was 60 cubits, or 90 feet tall, a giant by any definition of the word. When Adam was expelled from the Garden of Eden and cast out from paradise, God sent him to earth. Adam was separated from Eve, who descended to another land. Adam landed on the peak with such force that it casted a lasting impression of his footprint within the rock. Adam wandered the land for years looking for Eve, crying with regret. And this is why it's said that Sri Lanka resembles the shape of a teardrop. It is thought that Adam eventually found Eve deep in the Arabian deserts, in a city now known as Jeddah, which translates to grandmother or ancestor of women. The biblical Eve's tomb can be found in this city. But the story leaves us with a pressing question. How did Adam travel from Sri Lanka, a faraway island, to the deserts of Saudi Arabia? Boats were not invented at that time, and swimming across the Arabian Sea was highly unlikely, even for a giant like Adam. He must have walked there by land. When you look at a map, you'll see that Sri Lanka and Arabia are quite far away from each other. It wouldn't make sense to build a bridge between those two lands. But a path that connects Sri Lanka to India and mainland Asia would be enough for Adam to walk to Arabia on foot. Considering that Adam was a 90-foot giant who lived for 1,000 years, constructing this bridge by himself seems plausible. Now, for the Hindu version of the tale. The Indian Sanskrit epic Ramayana by Valmiki speaks of a bridge, Rama Setu. Setu means bridge in Sanskrit, by the way, so we'll call it Rama's Bridge. This bridge connected India with Sri Lanka, a land ruled by the 10-headed Brahmin emperor Ravana. Since ancient times, the Indian end of Rama Setu has remained one of the holiest pilgrimage sites in Hinduism. As told by the Ramayana, the Lord Rama's wife Sita was abducted by Ravana as an act of revenge, as Rama and his brother Lakshmana had cut off the nose of Ravana's sister, Shurpanakha. Jatayu, the Vulture King, tried to protect Sita, but Ravana caught him and cut off his wings. Jatayu survived long enough to inform Rama of Sita's capture. Without hesitation, Rama gathered an army of monkey men led by the monkey commander Hanuman in order to rescue her. They quickly learned, however, that Sita was being held hostage on the island of Lanka. Hanuman's massive monkey army could not cross the treacherous ocean, so Rama consulted with the sea god Varuna, who advised him to build a great bridge under the supervision of Nala, architect of Hanuman's army. Nala and the rest of the monkey men constructed the passageway over 5 long days, using massive rocks and boulders from the shore. Once Rama's bridge was finally completed, Hanuman and his monkey man army crossed the ocean and infiltrated Lanka, killing the Brahmin emperor Ravana and rescuing Sita. Over the centuries, there have been many scientific theories as to the formation of Adam's bridge. Researchers in the 18 and 1900s thought that the bridge-like structure may have been formed from Sri Lanka breaking away from the Indian mainland, revealing an ancient coral shoreline. Another theory was accretion, the accumulation of small particles into larger objects by the force of gravity. Scientists also speculate whether it may be the result of the thinning of Earth's crust in the Polk Strait, or perhaps just a sand formation created by the ocean currents. There have been so many theories as to why it may be a natural formation, yet none are conclusive or bear much weight. Conversely, there are 2 well-known scientific studies on the bridge that lead modern science to believe that the structure may actually be man-made after all. In 2007, Dr. S. Badrina Rayanan, a former director of the Geological Survey of India, performed a survey of the structure and concluded with confidence that it was man-made. His team of divers and scientists physically examined the structure and discovered strong evidence of ancient quarrying in that specific area. Coral reefs are formed only on hard surfaces, but during the study we found that the formation at Adam's Bridge is nothing but boulders of coral reefs. When we drilled for investigation, we found that there was loose sand 2 to 3 meters below the reefs. Hard rocks were found several meters below the sand. Such a natural formation is impossible. Unless somebody has transported them and dumped them there, those reefs could not have come there. Some boulders were so light that they could float on the water. Apparently, whoever has done it has identified light boulders to make it easy for transportation. Since they are strong, they can withstand a lot of weight. As a side note, some versions of the Ramayana state that Rama's bridge was constructed with floating stones. In 2017, researchers revisited the site with newer, more accurate technology in hand. They were able to scientifically date the rocks of Adam's Bridge to be approximately 7,000 years old, but sitting on top of sand that was a mere 4,000 years old. Because the rocks predate the sand that they sit upon, it strongly suggests that the stones were brought in and placed there. Yet more evidence that the structure is likely not natural, but man-made. To tie back recent scientific findings with the old religious myths and legends, we find the most connection when digging into the history of the Ramayana. The earliest written copy of the Ramayana that we know of dates back to 1500 BCE, though this religious narrative is often thought to be much, much older. Interestingly, in 2003, a team from the Center for Remote Sensing of Bharathidasan University dated the age of the bridge between 125,000 and 3,500 years old. So the timeframes match up. But it must be noted that this estimation was based on studies conducted on corals grown on the bridge itself. Therefore, this may only represent the age of what was measured, which was the corals. The parts of the bridge underneath the corals were dated back to hundreds of thousands of years earlier. Now, here's where it starts getting a little bit curious. Lord Rama himself, the hero from the tale, is believed to have lived during the Treta Yuga, a period of time that began over 2 million years ago, ending just under 1 million years to date. Considering the possibility that it was Rama that built the bridge may seem completely ridiculous when considering the time frame. In fact, an army of monkey men may sound pretty fantastical itself. But 2 million years ago? Bear with me and think about this for a minute. 2.5 million years ago was a major turning point in human evolution, right before the beginning of the Treta Yuga. The genus Homo was introduced with Homo habilis, the first group of primates known to use tools. 1.8 million years ago, Homo erectus were introduced in Eurasia. Homo erectus were said to have a larger brain than their ancestors and other Homo offshoots at the time. Their skeletal structure also suggests that they were significantly stronger and more robust than humans today. Archaeologists and anthropologists have discovered that Homo erectus lived in small communities, created their own housing, wore clothing, and used stone tools. This primate group made up the earliest form of civilization that we know of, and they happened to live in the right geographic location during the Treta Yuga period. So, could the monkey men described in the Ramayana possibly refer to Homo erectus, or early humans? More so, we begin to see some connection with the Islamic version of events. Islam maintains that the same Adam that built the bridge was the first man on earth, the same Adam that is predecessor to all people on earth, from whom mankind evolved from, our earliest ancestor. Now, I know it sounds outlandish, as it probably is, but fact is often stranger than fiction, and there may be some truth and insight within what seems to be nothing more than a fantastical legend. Regardless, Adam's Bridge is a fascinating structure that will likely continue to spark religious debate and puzzle the scientific community for years to come. Thank you so much for watching. If you found the speculations and lore behind Adam's Bridge fascinating, please give this video a thumbs up and leave a comment in the comment section down below. And subscribe if you'd like to explore more mysteries of history here on Truth or Lore. I'm Mr. Mythos, and I'll see you in the next video.
Egypt, land of the Nile. By the 12th century BC, this place was already old. Vast temple complexes and pyramids dominating the horizon. Monuments to the power of kings who ruled over 1,000 years before. A different time, a different dynasty. In the intervening years since those colossal edifices had been hewn into the landscape, Egypt had seen societal turmoil, outside invasion, and dark age. Yet, more than a millennia on, the same gods ruled over this land. A more or less similar culture held sway. And now, Egypt was no longer going it alone. One piece of a vast interconnected trade system, the tendrils of which reached all the way to the southern shores of Britain in the far north, to the mountains of Afghanistan and beyond in the east. The wealthiest and most stable system the world had ever seen. We know from a vast diplomatic library found at Amarna in Egypt, capital of the heretical pharaoh Akhenaten, that the great kings of this age regularly corresponded with one another, intermarrying, making trade deals, and very occasionally going to war. Organised campaigns fought primarily by charioteers, the tanks of the day, supported by masses of spearmen. Nearly 300 cuneiform letters written in Akkadian and Babylonian, the lingua franca of the day, being sent from one side of the world to the other for hundreds of years, from at least the 15th century BC, discovered at this one site alone. Yet, by the 12th century BC, all was not well in the world. After centuries of stability, unnerving reports had begun filtering in. In far-off Hatti, famine racked the land, year after
Happy holidays, friends, and welcome to Truth or Lore. I'm Mr. Mythos, and today we'll be examining a particularly questionable age-old biblical myth that many still believe to be true to life history. As an integral part of the biblical nativity Christmas story, the Gospel of Matthew tells a dark and brutal tale of mass infanticide at the hands of a mad king. This event is known as the Massacre of the Innocents, the systematic killing of all newborn boys within the city of Bethlehem. Even today, Roman Catholic, Eastern Rite, and Orthodox churches still commemorate the children who died in the Massacre of the Innocents as the first martyrs of Christianity. The Feast of the Innocents, as it's known, is typically observed in late December, just a few days past Christmas. This event, though gruesome and cruel, is an integral part of the historical nativity of Christ. At least that's what the churches have been saying for nearly 1,000 years. But historical researchers have begun to theorize that it may have possibly been an invention of Matthew, one of the 4 authors of the Gospels of the New Testament. To this day, though, it's still up for debate. I'll leave it up to you to decide, and I'll give my own opinion at the end. Without further ado, this video aims to answer this question. Was the Massacre of the Innocents an event that actually occurred? And if it was, why are there no other historical records, neither secular nor religious, that make reference to the systematic slaughter? Before we dive in, please subscribe to my channel if you're interested in ancient myth, religious folklore, and the most puzzling mysteries of history. I promise to bring you only the most fascinating content, here on Truth or Lore. We'll begin by exploring the events that led up to the massacre, as told by the Gospel of Matthew. The story begins with the wise men, better known today as the 3 kings, though Matthew never stated how many of them there were, nor ever once referred to them as actual kings. Instead, it's likely that they were distinguished astrologist magi from Persia who read a sign in the stars above, foreseeing the birth of the new king of the Jews. They found the sign so remarkable, so infallible, that they set out on a treacherous 1,000-mile trek from Persia to the land of Judea in order to pay deference to the baby king and deliver their famous gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Because these magi were so set on locating the newborn king in Judea, they likely traveled to the capital city of Jerusalem first to inquire and learn what they could as to his location. Unknowingly, this act was the catalyst for the terrible sequence of events to follow. Herod the Great, king of Judea for nearly 30 years, was at his tipping point of power and subsequently his paranoia as well. Growing old at the age of 70, it is thought that he was anxious about losing the supremacy and reverence he had forced upon his kingly position for so long with an iron fist. Though he was king of Judea, he served as a vassal for the Roman Empire. The local Jewish population despised him for this, and his usefulness to Rome had long been dwindling. In fear of being removed from his position by Caesar Augustus, the political pressure transformed Herod into an increasingly paranoid and ruthless ruler. So, a troop of royal Persian magi arriving with the news of a new king of the Jews, the legitimate successor to the long-dead royal lineage of David. This announcement disturbed Herod to the core. These magi were distinguished royalty, so this birth proclamation was not taken lightly. To secure his throne, King Herod proceeded to commit one of the most heinous crimes in biblical scripture. In cold blood, he sent his death squads to the village of Bethlehem with orders to slaughter every male infant under the age of 2. What's strange is that, for such a horrific event, Matthew's account of the massacre of the innocents is found in no other gospel or biblical canon. Perhaps more importantly, there is not a single mention from secular sources, not even 1st century AD historian Flavius Josephus, who was well known for supplying immense detail and 2 volumes worth of focus to King Herod's tyrannical and murderous rule. So there is quite literally only one source from the time period to back the existence of this event. But before we jump the gun, we should take a closer look at Herod the Great and examine his character to see whether he was even capable of committing such an atrocity. After all, Herod is more than just a central character in the biblical Christmas story. In fact, he's one of the most well-documented figures from the ancient world, more so than Julius Caesar and Alexander the Great. And this is only because Flavius Josephus dedicated 2 entire books to the life and rule of King Herod. Known to his people as Herod the Great, we have to ask, how did he earn this title of reverence? Most of his career as king was marked with accomplishment and progressiveness. He's known for building the deep-sea harbor and port city of Caesarea in just 12 years, as well as a number of other cities like it. He was responsible for rebuilding the Second Temple of Jerusalem, making it a truly grand destination. He rebuilt, restructured, and beautified the entire city of Jerusalem, topping it off with his own magnificent palace, theater, and hippodrome stadium. And thus, Herod was known as the Great Builder, or Herod the Great for short. But behind the silver veil of Herodian architecture, a storm was brewing behind closed doors. The historian Josephus recounts Herod's distinct change in personality as he grew older. Today, psychiatrists theorize that Herod suffered from paranoid personality disorder, but perhaps he has some genuine reasons to feel so wary. Herod married 10 wives, each of whom birthed a male prince who schemed to be the next in line for the throne. Josephus recounts conspiracies, assaults, and attempted poisonings between the brothers. When they weren't at each other's throats, Herod became paranoid that they might be coming for him. He put 3 of his own sons to death on suspicion of treason. He killed one of his own wives and his mother-in-law with her. Several uncles and cousins were executed in succession. This familicide proceeded to fester and spread outside of the family. Political advisors, local leaders, religious teachers and their students, anyone who he suspected of treason or doubt in his rule. He invited the high priest over for a game of water polo and sunk him to the bottom of the ocean. Caesar Augustus once said, "I would rather be Herod's pig than his son." As Jews did not eat pork, he would have a better chance at a long life. In 4 BC, Herod was knocking on the gates of hell. He had tried everything possible to fend off the relentless diseases that had infiltrated his body. Hot springs and tonics, nothing could cure his grave illness. Accepting his fate, Herod began to worry that his people would surely celebrate his passing and dance on his grave. He wanted to give them something to mourn on the day of his death. So he hatched a supervillainous plot. He commanded his sister Salome to arrest the people's favorite Jewish leaders and imprison them in the Hippodrome. Once they had been brought there, he commanded his soldiers to execute them upon his death, so that thousands of families would mourn the moment Herod the Great dies. The moment he died, his sister countermanded his order and freed the Jewish leaders. All of Judea rejoiced the death of Herod the Wicked. The historical plausibility of the massacre of the innocents undoubtedly falls in line with the personality traits and character of Herod. He never once hesitated to kill enemies and family alike. He never discriminated between the young and the elderly. It's entirely believable that Herod ordered the killing of newborn boys in Bethlehem in order to protect his throne. So why didn't Josephus mention it? Well, there are actually a few reasons, and I'll elaborate in a second. First, he may have never heard of it. Second, he may have deemed it insignificant. And third, he may have deliberately left it out in order to appease his audience. Now, for those first two assumptions, how could Josephus have never heard of such a horrific slaughter? And if he did, why would he ever deem it as insignificant? As important as it is to the nativity story of Christ, this event is often overemphasized in Christian tradition. Byzantine liturgy estimated that there were 14,000 newborns slaughtered. An early Syrian list of holy innocents increased that to 64,000. And Coptic sources more than doubled that number to 144,000. In 1907, the Catholic Encyclopedia attempted to calculate an accurate number based on the population of Bethlehem, a small village of approximately 1,500 residents, as well as the average birth rate and high infant mortality at the time. They concluded that the actual number was likely between 6 and 20 male newborns. Though we see such an act as so evil and unspeakable today, the mortality rate of infants in the ancient world was so high that this event might have not left much of an impression on anyone other than the grieving parents, particularly as the massacre could have easily been overshadowed by more high-profile executions and events going on at that time, or simply lost in the crowd of Herod's long record of ruthless atrocities. Either way, this stands as a possible reason why Josephus may have never heard about the event, as he documented Herod's rule 100 years after his death, or why he may have found the event comparatively insignificant. The third reason is that Josephus may have intentionally and strategically left it out of his writings. As historian Paul L. Meyer stated, Josephus wrote for a Greco-Roman audience, which would have had little concern for infant deaths. Greeks regularly practiced infanticide as a kind of birth control, particularly in Sparta, where the Roman father had the right not to lift his baby off of the floor after birth, letting it die. So it's possible that including the massacre of the innocents would have been seen as strange or irrelevant to his readers and audience, thus Josephus may have left it out intentionally. All this being said, the next point I'm going to bring up is a theory killer for me. I don't think the massacre ever happened. Why? Because the only source that describes this event, the Gospel of Matthew, seems to be strategically crafted to parallel Jesus Christ with the Abrahamic story of the prophet Moses. Let's return to where we left off in the story, when Herod sent out his death squads to Bethlehem to carry out his massacre of the innocents. It turns out that his plan to rid the world of the new king of the Jews was thwarted by the hand of God. When the Magi left Bethlehem to return to Persia, Joseph was visited by an angel in his dream. The angel instructed him to wake up and flee to Egypt, with the child and his mother and stay there until it is safe to return, as Herod is going to search for the child to kill him. That night, they fled to Egypt and stayed there until Herod's death. Now compare this to the story in the Old Testament's book of Exodus. The Egyptian pharaoh's sacred scribes foretell the imminent birth of a child that would threaten his rule. The pharaoh orders all Hebrew newborn boys to be thrown into the Nile River and drowned. Moses' parents receive a message in their dreams that the pharaoh is looking for Moses in order to kill him, and they must act immediately to save his life. Sounds familiar, right? It's because these two stories are direct parallels to each other. In fact, the massacre of the innocents is only one part of this parallel within Matthew's larger nativity narrative. There are countless other direct references beyond the scope of this video, such as how both wandered into the wilderness and were tested, how both preached atop a mountain. The list goes on. But wait, there's a small detail that's often overlooked, but solidifies this whole theory. The story of Moses in the book of Exodus was experiencing a reprisal in popularity in the 1st century, so much of that original story had been elaborated and expanded upon in various offshoots and alternative versions. And one of the most popular alternative scenarios from the period happened to be the one paralleled in Matthew's story, specifically the pharaoh being warned of a newborn boy who would threaten his throne. The original story in Exodus told that the pharaoh ordered all newborn Hebrew boys to be killed in order to reduce the population of the enslaved Israelite minority in Egypt, as he was afraid of an uprising if he allowed the Israelite population to grow. This is also the version most known today, but Matthew's story alluded to the different and, at that time, popular offshoot of the original story. So I think we caught Matthew in the act of deliberately constructing Jesus as the new Moses. But what was his motivation? Moses was undoubtedly the most important prophet of the Hebrew Bible, as well as in other Abrahamic religions such as Islam, where he is the most widely mentioned figure in the Quran. So, if the Jews believe Moses to be the greatest religious leader in all of history, then Jesus must arise from his shadow in order to be comparable, compete, and take root. As you read more and more into both stories, it becomes obvious that Matthew purposefully shaped his story of the nativity and life of Christ in order to appeal to popular Jewish scriptures and legends. It was marketing. So was the massacre of the innocents a historical happening or simply an invented myth? It is certainly possible that the massacre occurred, but we are considering an event with only one single source from the time period and not even mentioned by Luke, who wrote his own version of the Christ nativity story shortly after Matthew wrote his, though their stories wildly differ in many more ways than just this. There's zero archaeological evidence either. We know King Herod existed, his infamous Hippodrome Stadium, and the small village of Bethlehem, but nothing suggests that this event ever happened. No buried archives, no mass grave of baby skeletons. This doesn't disprove the story, but it definitely doesn't lead it any credence. My personal opinion is that the entire story was fabricated as a parallel to the Moses story, and Herod was used as a plot device because he was recognized and truly despised. More than that, he fit the right time, location, and role to make the story perfectly believable. Ancient Christian marketing. And since so many people know the story so well today, I guess Matthew did a good job. Thank you so much for watching. If you found this investigation into the massacre of the innocents interesting, please give this video a thumbs up and leave your thoughts in the comment section down below. And subscribe if you'd like to explore more mysteries of history here on Truth or Lore. Happy holidays and Lo Saturnalia. I'm Mr. Mythos, and I'll see you in the next video.
carved into a beast, which would The writings of the Native American tribes which originate from the northwestern states, such as the Klallam and Cowlitz, contain references to a strange and secretive race. This largely undocumented tribe was referred to by its neighbours as the Siatic, whose people possess bizarre and supernatural abilities, and were so alien and unusual in appearance that all the other indigenous societies would go out of their way to avoid risking any contact with them. Siatic warriors were said to stand between 7 and 8 feet tall, their bodies covered in an unnaturally thick layer of hair, giving them the appearance of possessing a form of animal hide. It was said that these ungodly beings had the ability to hypnotize those they encountered, placing charms and spells upon both human beings and animals alike. Some stories even suggested that the Siatic were capable of killing merely by willing the idea of death into the mind of their victim. Most testimony pertaining to this secretive race agreed that they were largely a nocturnal species, electing to dwell deep inside the sheltered mountain caves and fissures during the hours of daylight, only venturing out into the wilderness to hunt and forage after dark. They would steal into the encampments and villages of those who had settled the region, taking whatever dried meat and fish they could lay their hands on, and in some cases abducting any unfortunate womenfolk they encountered. A summary of the various fantastic powers and abilities attributed to the Siatic makes for somewhat lengthy reading. In addition to being able to communicate with one another telepathically, these monstrous entities could also throw their voices, imitating any animal found in the forest. They possessed a superhuman sense of smell, making them superb trackers, and their ability to camouflage themselves within their natural environment made them formidable opponents. Over time, many of the tribes native to the Washington and Oregon areas grew to believe that the reclusive Siatic had finally become extinct. Encounters with and sightings of the giant humanoids dried up completely, but on occasion, a hunting party would sometimes happen across sets of gigantic footprints, crisscrossing the borders of their territory. With the dawn of the 20th century bringing far more tangible threats for the native tribes to contend with, the legend of the Siatic eventually died away. But as settlers continued to push deeper and deeper into the traditional hunting grounds of the indigenous tribes of North America, they would sometimes find that the legends of the people they were encroaching upon had a worrying tendency to push back. The town of Kelso in Washington state had always possessed something of a notorious reputation. Serving as a hub for the numerous communities of miners and loggers who plied their trade in the surrounding area, its overabundance of brothels and other licensed premises would eventually earn the isolated rural settlement the unenviable nickname of Little Chicago. It was in the early hours of Saturday the 12th of July 1924 that a bedraggled band of gold prospectors stumbled into one of Kelso's numerous taverns, describing to other patrons how they had just barely survived an encounter with a race of what they referred to as mountain devils. As the morning progressed, the small crowd of onlookers which had assembled to listen to the group's story steadily grew in size, eventually attracting the attention of a pair of state park employees, J.H. Huffman and Bill Welsh. The two park rangers listened with interest as the 5 dirty and disheveled newcomers paused between drinks to relate their fantastic and terrifying tale. They noted how both the band's leader, Marion Smith, and his son Roy were the most subdued of the bunch. Of the remainder, Gabe Lefevre and John Peterson were slightly more outgoing, but it was the one named Fred Beck who was doing most of the talking. Beck explained at length, pausing for occasional clarification and support from his colleagues, how the group had spent the last couple of weeks scouring the local foothills for potential seams of gold. Operating from a cabin they had recently thrown up a short distance from the Lewis River, the men had initially been quite productive, until they had suddenly been overcome by an overpowering feeling that they were being surveilled by an unseen force. As the treasure hunters had gone about their business, they had begun to notice signs that they were not alone. Mysterious tracks were found on the muddy ground near the cabin, some of which were up to 14 inches in length and possessed 4 stubby toes. The men also began to catch glimpses of a large animal moving in the depths of the forest, which they estimated to be near 7 feet tall and walking in an oddly bipedal and humanoid manner. On the afternoon of Friday the 11th, the prospectors had eaten a late lunch before heading up into the hills to pan for gold until the onset of darkness. They had only travelled a short distance, however, before their journey had taken a completely unanticipated and bewildering turn. As they had been moving along the base of the mountain, they came face to face with a group of grotesque entities who had suddenly emerged from the shelter of a ravine which lay directly across their path. There were 4 of the creatures in total, which Fred Beck would describe as resembling huge gorillas, covered from head to toe in thick matted black fur, and estimating that they must have weighed around 400 pounds each. Time seemed to stand still as the two groups paused to regard one another. An eerie and smothering silence descended upon the scene, neither side moving a muscle, before one of the giants suddenly took a heavy stride forwards and bellowed a guttural and inhuman roar in the direction of the 5 men. Beck related how his companions had fallen backwards over themselves in sheer terror, and with the monster's savage cry echoing and reverberating off the rocky outcrop surrounding them, he had instinctively raised his rifle and fired shot after shot at the attacker. Eventually, the 4th successful hit that he scored knocked the advancing beast off its feet and sent it tumbling sideways down into the ravine it had emerged from. At this, the remaining trio of creatures also began to roar and scream, and the 5 prospectors fled the scene, only pausing some distance later when the inhuman howling and bellowing finally ceased. But the exhausted adventurers barely had time to catch their breath before they were again running for their lives, as numerous shadowy figures began to slowly emerge from the caves and fissures they had already passed. Having finally returned to the safety of their staging post, the men desperately set about reinforcing the cabin's door and windows, while simultaneously arming themselves with whatever tools or implements they could find. Mere moments after the last piece of wood had been nailed into place, the whole structure was suddenly shaken and rattled by a series of forceful external impacts. The heavy blows which repeatedly rained down from outside were accompanied by the now familiar howls of the creatures they had run from, now seeming to emanate from all around the building. It was not long before the first makeshift barricade buckled under this relentless assault, with one of the creatures attempting to haul itself inside through a gap it had created. In desperation, Roy Smith attempted to fend off the intruder with an axe, but found himself violently swatted to one side. Eventually, it was driven off with a pistol used by Roy's father, and the breach was successfully resecured. The group's attackers then seemed to change tact, and all the men could do was watch helplessly as a wide hole was smashed into the ceiling above them, before large rocks and boulders were being hurled into the cabin's interior. One of these projectiles struck Fred Beck on the back of his head, rendering him unconscious for a 2-hour period. When he awoke, the assault was still going on, his companions crouching silently beside him, firing gunshots up through the hole in the roof whenever they detected movement. Finally, at the break of dawn, the incessant roaring and hammering coming from outside the building subsided. After what they considered to have been a suitable period of inactivity, the miners peeked outside to confirm that none of the mountain devils were lying in wait, before grabbing their personal possessions and running as fast as they could in the direction of Kelso. When their story had been told, it took little more than the offer of a few drinks for Huffman and Welsh to persuade Beck to lead them back up the mountain to where he claimed the incident had taken place. After several hours clambering over the ravine in question, the two rangers could find no trace of the monsters he had described, save for a few spent shell casings. But when Beck subsequently showed them what remained of the cabin, it was a very different story. The roof of the small shack was completely smashed in, the furniture inside was shattered and broken, and the room was littered with sizable rocks and boulders. The two men paused to take impressions and measurements of numerous mysterious footprints which surrounded the wrecked structure, before they all hurried back down the mountain the way they had come, with the sun slowly starting to descend behind them. The story was quickly picked up by both local and national media outlets, which dubbed the incident the Battle of Ape Canyon, and visitors from far and wide were soon flocking to the area, in the hopes of having an encounter of their own with the elusive mountain devils. There would be no further sightings of the creatures described by Fred Beck and his colleagues, but the tale they had told would remain firmly lodged in the public consciousness for many years to come. In the 1950s, an article in the Seattle Times claimed to have uncovered the truth behind the mysterious happening once and for all, when former members of the YMCA troop at nearby Camp Meehan claimed that they and the rest of their friends were the ones who had attacked the prospector's cabin. They stated that they had thrown rocks down onto the cabin roof from high above the neighbouring hillside, and that the drunken gold miners had mistaken their echoing whoops and catcalls for the roaring of angry Sasquatches. Despite this development, Fred Beck never wavered from his belief that his attackers had been something truly inhuman. Even when some of his detractors were able to replicate the tracks he had shown to the park rangers, simply by manipulating the knuckles and palm of their hands, he refused to accept that he and his fellow fortune seekers were the victims of an elaborate hoax. As time passed, Beck's views began to markedly differ from the others in his group. Whilst Marion and Roy Smith maintained that the creatures which had attacked them were savage beasts, whose cave must have been located close to their cabin, Beck believed they were in fact highly intelligent interdimensional beings. He would go on to publish articles and pamphlets linking Sasquatch sightings in the United States to those of Yetis in the Far East, claiming these were coordinated global incursions by beings from a parallel universe. Although Bigfoot sightings have historically occurred all over North America, the Pacific Northwest appears to be a focal point for the phenomena, accounting for well over a third of these alleged encounters. And whilst most descriptions of these enormous cryptids are remarkably similar, opinions on where they came from are more varied. Nearly every indigenous tribe in the region tells stories of cannibalistic wild men who elected to dwell away from the rest of humanity, high up in the peaks of the mountains. The natives believe that over time, These people somehow evolved into the animal-like entities their ancestors would occasionally encounter, now more monstrous in appearance than human. The existence of claw marks in some of the footprints associated with Sasquatch encounters leads some scientists to suggest that these creatures are more likely a surviving hominid previously thought extinct. There are similarities in the samples recovered from fossils found in the deserts of Africa, and it is theorized that the species may have crossed a land bridge as Pangaea separated, stubbornly enduring in more remote parts of the new North American continent. The alleged Battle of Ape Canyon is intriguingly not the only mystery associated with the area. In August 1963, a group of 4 mountaineers descending the same face of Mount St. Helens had stopped to take a rest at a geological feature known as Dog's Head. One of their number, Jim Carter, agreed to stop behind and take a picture of the rest of the group as they headed off again into the distance. After a while, the other 3 members of the group became concerned that Carter had not yet caught up with them. When they eventually made their way back up to where they had left their absent friend, there were clear signs in the snow that some kind of scuffle had taken place, along with a discarded box of camera film. The skiers then followed what appeared to be Carter's trail, which led off in an apparently random and uncoordinated route in a completely different direction to the one they had followed down the mountain. The tracks indicated that Carter had clearly been moving at some speed, executing jumps and turns which carried huge amounts of risk. Eventually, the marks left by his skis stopped next to a steep drop, and so the party reluctantly headed down into Kelso to seek help from the authorities. Despite 2 weeks of combing the canyon floor in the vicinity of the missing skiers' tracks, much like the monster shot by Fred Beck there 40 years earlier, no remains were ever found. Whatever species attacked Fred Beck and his friends during the 1920s and chased Jim Carter to his death nearly half a century later has managed to elude all attempts to locate or identify it ever since. As we have already seen in previous episodes, the vast and diverse nature of the geography of the United States continues to produce mysteries and unexplained incidents which no amount of science and technology has yet managed to solve. Whether the giant hulking creatures referred to in these reports are the cursed ancestors of America's original inhabitants, or are some elusive offshoot of mankind's evolutionary journey, is unclear. Regardless, it remains apparent that they are not to be trifled with.
For the American men and their allies fighting in the jungles of Southeast Asia, encounters with tigers, poisonous reptiles, and massive insects, not to mention enemy soldiers and booby traps, these would certainly have been enough to deal with. But alongside these more conventional threats, soldiers returning from the jungles of Vietnam appear to have encountered something else. Strange creatures which defy rational explanation. The devil creatures of Quang Binh. The mist which hangs before you
offers you a choice.
to pass through
Or to escape.
Beyond it are
Stories
which defy
the explanation
and fly in the face.
of what we know to be real.
It is a void of both
reality
and impossibility.
Of both fact
and superstition.
You alone are left to discern
what to believe as you pass through what we call the fog of war.
monkeys. What are you screaming about now? Oh, shit. Hey. Get down. It was sometime in the evening. A platoon-sized element of American soldiers had been inserted by helicopter into enemy territory, north of the DMZ, to conduct several days of search and destroy operations against the North Vietnamese army. As their column formation slowly wound its way through the dark jungle, the point man at the front of the patrol suddenly stopped, throwing up his fist and quickly signaling to the men behind him to take a knee. He then ran his hand repeatedly across his throat. Possible enemy soldiers ahead, he was saying. Looking back towards the movement he had spotted, the men tried to make out anything that would identify the unknown threat, what appeared to be a group of 4 men walking in single file through the jungle. It was difficult to see them clearly, as the thick jungle was hiding both groups from each other, but the soft moonlight coming through the canopy above is what gave these 4 men away, as they otherwise appeared to be moving soundlessly. These men were clearly experts at moving quietly through dense jungle, possibly a team of NBA sappers. After a moment, the American soldiers close enough to see them realized they couldn't make out any weapons or anything that looked like a military uniform. What they had thought might be helmets were in fact the tops of these men's heads, as if they were all bald, with the moonlight through the canopy reflecting the hairless outlines of their skulls. But was that moonlight? Squinting through the trees, the soldiers could swear that these men were glowing, as if they themselves were emitting a soft aura of light. And whatever they were wearing was smooth and highly reflective and dazzling, as if they were wearing tight clothing made from snakeskin. But no. On second glance, the soldiers were shocked to realize it was their skin. Scaly, reptilian skin. And far from being North Vietnamese soldiers whose average height was somewhere around 5.5 feet tall, these men, these things, all 4 of them appeared to stand at least 7 feet tall. Entirely uncertain of what they were even looking at, the men at the head of their formation said nothing, holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. Either unaware of the American platoon's presence or choosing to ignore them entirely, these 4 beings kept silently walking by them until they eventually just disappeared into the jungle. With no reason to pursue them, the soldiers waited for the all clear before standing up. The point man checked his compass, and they continued their own patrol, never catching sight of the strange creatures again. But another patrol evidently did. Hey, Mac, go ahead and shut her off. Williams,
Yes, sir?
sun will be up soon. Go ahead and cut the engines. We'll, drift with the current for a while.
You got it.
Throughout the war, American teams were deployed deep behind enemy lines in the conduct of guerrilla warfare, hoping to cut off the enemy supply lines, to stop the harassment of locals, and to destroy any hidden bases and weapon depots they might find. A two-boat team of 8 soldiers has likewise been inserted on a search and destroy mission, cruising in their patrol boats along a river just north of the DMZ, their mission lasting throughout the night and into the early morning hours. At the onset of these night missions, a curfew had been implemented. Locals had been warned to remain at home, since the men had trouble seeing in the dark, and the standard procedure for these missions was to fire on anything that moved, with the presumption being that anyone caught out at night, whether on the river or in the jungle, would be an enemy soldier. Enemy fire could break out from the shoreline at any time without warning, so the men were on constant guard, their eyes warily scanning the riverbank for any sign of movement or other indication of enemy presence. But now that the sun was coming up and visibility was improving, these men would have to begin operating under more restrictive guidelines for firing on unknown targets. This might explain why, for some unknown reason, the patrol officer ordered the boats to the shoreline to conduct a short reconnaissance patrol away from the river. After leaving the boats and passing through a section of trees, the men reached the edge of a large jungle clearing. Perhaps they wanted to mark the location as a possible drop zone for future patrol inserts or extractions by helicopter. Whatever their reasons, these men couldn't help but notice that this section of jungle was eerily quiet. They had long become accustomed to hearing the constant droning sounds of insects, monkeys, and birds. But now, this notable silence could mean the presence of human activity, possibly that of enemy soldiers. Perhaps that is what prompted their commander to conduct this investigation. Moving into the clearing in the dim light, at some point the team began noticing a number of piles of what appeared to be animal dung scattered around the area. As they momentarily paused to examine these unusual piles, they suddenly heard crashing sounds coming from the nearby tree line. They were shocked to see what appeared to be several large humanoid creatures lumbering out of the dense brush, heading straight for them. These things were unlike anything they'd ever seen, tall, at least 7 or 8 feet in height, with bright yellow skin and 3-digit hands and feet, with fingers and toes that ended in sharp claws. The faces of these strange creatures were flat and sported large, snake-like eyes, with only a couple of slits for a nose. The creatures were on top of them before they even had a chance to react. But surprisingly, these giant, yellow-skinned beings were said to have passed right by these men, seemingly not even paying attention to them at all, disappearing once again into the opposite tree line. Completely spooked by the encounter, the frightened soldiers decided to immediately return to their boats. But as they moved through the section of jungle between the clearing and the river, they once again heard the loud sounds of jungle brush being trampled behind them. Whatever the creatures were, they were now following them. The men broke into a run themselves, their own loud movements now adding to the noise of the crashing sounds behind them, which indicated the creatures were drawing closer and closer. Some of the men aimed their rifles behind them, firing blindly, but it seemed to have no effect on slowing down their pursuers. Terrified, bursting through the tree line and clambering into their boats on the riverbank, the men apparently continued to fire on these creatures, watching them twitch as the bullets seemed to bounce off of their hard, scaly skin. Confused and likely terrified themselves at the sight of these monsters, the coxswains quickly pulled their crafts away from the riverbank and throttled them away. As they left, the men purportedly saw the haunting sight of dozens of these massive humanoids now gathered along the riverbank, watching them leave. The shoreline seemed to be illuminated by a powerful glow emanating from the creatures' bodies. This next encounter is told from the perspective of the soldier who shared the story. In 1970, I was serving as a corporal in the U.S. Army, deployed to South Vietnam in a region about 30 miles south of the DMZ. At the time, I was second in command of a squad of soldiers. We had set up a bivouac in a jungle area that had a few steep hills. That evening, my section was ordered to patrol one of the small valleys west of the encampment. We moved out, led by our sergeant. Not long after entering one of the small valleys, we detected movement ahead of us. It seemed to be scattered activity, so we doubted it was Viet Cong, but we weren't positive. We hunkered down for about 15 minutes, getting occasional glimpses of something moving within the trees and brush. There wasn't enough light to detect what we were observing, even though the moonlight was bright that night. After a while, the activity halted, so we continued to slowly move through the valley. About this time, things got very strange. As we approached a sheer rock wall on the side of a hill, it looked like someone, or something, had stacked large stones and boulders in the pass in front of us. There was also an opening in the hillside that looked like a cave entrance, approximately 5 foot high and 3 foot wide, narrowing at the top. While observing the passageway, it appeared to have been cut away by machinery. The edges were smooth, with small, even-spaced grooves. We were puzzled by this because we had never seen enemy caves like this, just underground tunnels. Our sergeant suggested that it might be a BC supply depot, so we started to assess how we were going to investigate the cave. We noticed a putrid odor emanating from the entrance. The only thing I can compare it to was rotting eggs and human decay. It was so revolting that a few of the soldiers were becoming ill and started to back away into the jungle, including our sergeant. I was directing a light into the entrance in order to observe anything, but there was a haze that was impossible to see through. We had no idea what this thing was. So the entire squad took a position in the heavy brush approximately 150 feet from the entrance, far enough not to be detected, but close enough to observe the cave entrance. We quietly remained there for what seemed like forever. The jungle was strangely calm, though we heard rumbling sounds coming from the distance. It was really eerie. Our sergeant was sitting near me, talking to himself. It was obvious that he was frightened. I was looking at the rest of the squad. Each had wide eyes and was scanning the area. Tired as we were, it was clear that no one was going to doze off during this patrol. After several hours, dawn was approaching and it started to lighten up. I checked my watch. It was just before 0500 hours. Just then, we noticed movement in front of the cave. A being, I first thought it was a man, moved through the entrance into the clearing in front of the cave. As it stood up from a crouch, it stood at least 7 feet high and started to look in our direction. At that time, another similar-looking creature was moving out of the cave. The only way I can describe these beings is that they looked like upright lizards. The scaly, shiny skin was very dark, almost black. Snake-like faces with forward-set eyes that were very large. They had arms and legs like a human, but with scaly skin. I didn't notice a tail, though they wore long, one-piece dark green robes, along with a dark cap-like covering on their heads. I never noticed if they had anything on their feet. They were making these hellish, hissing sounds and looking directly at us. No one gave the order. It seemed like the entire squad opened fire at once. Every piece of vegetation between us and them was quickly sheared away. I yelled out a ceasefire order. At the same time, I was looking in the direction of the cave. There was nothing there. We immediately checked our flank in case these things circled around us, but there was nothing. As we approached the cave, ready to resume action if needed, it became apparent that the beings had escaped, most likely back into the cave. It was soon decided to set charges and close the cave entrance. When we returned to camp, we all seemed to be in a daze. There was little discussion of the incident, and we were never debriefed. So I know the sergeant never filed a report. Then again, if he did, it was kept quiet by the brass. When researching these stories, it is uncommon to find all three of them told in conjunction with one another. So saying, with the assertion being that these stories originated from three separate men who served in Vietnam, the similarities between their stories are seemingly remarkable. But these American servicemen are purportedly not alone in their experiences. Ho Khan is a Vietnamese logger born in the rural hills of Phong Nha. He lost his father during the war. To provide for his family, Ho then spent much of his life foraging for valuable wood in the surrounding jungles, wood that is used for incense, herbal remedies, and other medicines. In December of 1990, while out foraging for agarwood in the jungle, a sudden cloudburst forced him to seek shelter. He then stumbled upon an opening in a limestone cliff wall. It was a cave. A massive cave. He could hear the sounds of a river raging somewhere inside the cave, and even saw clouds billowing out of the entrance. When he later showed his discovery to British cave explorers, this cave would come to be known as Hang Son Dung, or the Mountain River Cave. In 2009, it was declared to be the world's largest cave, extending deep into the mountains, a length of more than 9 kilometers, or more than 5.5 miles. The average height of the cave is 200 meters, 660 feet. Its average width, about 75% of that. It's so outrageously massive, it's been found to have its own ecosystem, with breakages in parts of the cave ceiling allowing for sunlight to shine through, leading to the growth of entire jungles inside the cave. Within these hard-to-reach jungles have been found species of endangered tigers, flying foxes, and rare primates. It's practically a lost world, thriving just beneath the surface of the earth. The cave was opened for tourism in 2013. In 2015, a video was posted online that asserted that, presumably while exploring the cave after his early discovery, Ho Khan had encountered what he described as a devil creature. This creature, this video stated, had a human body, but with the skin and facial structure closer to that of a dragon or lizard. In addition to this description, Ho is claimed to have inadvertently taken a Polaroid photo of the creature while attempting to photograph one of the dark cave tunnels. In this photo, something like a humanoid creature does appear to be watching him curiously around the far bend in the passage, its body largely concealed in the dark. It's hard to make heads or tails of it, but what is seen is suggested to be distinctive facial features, the eyes and mouth of the creature being the only things captured by the camera's flash. However, this video was the first uploaded by the creator when he started his channel, and it does seem to be the original and only online source of this photo and its connection to Ho Khan and the Sondong Cave. As far as credibility, unfortunately it does not seem that the video's creator offered any indication of where he found the photo or any evidence that Ho Khan took the photo himself or that he ever claimed to have encountered reptilian humanoids. There are also claims circulating online forums that tourists to the cave have reported strange sightings of these creatures, with one tourist said to have gone missing, presumed to have been abducted by them. But again, these claims can only be traced back to the same video, where the photo originated from. The creator posted 2 more paranormal videos following this one, and his account has since remained inactive for the last 7 years. So as far as proving the validity of this photo being taken by Ho Khan in a cave in Vietnam, or even being an original unaltered photo, we are left empty-handed. As of 2022, even Ancient Aliens picked up on the strange similarities between all of these encounters and did an episode on the Sondong Cave and the humanoid creatures. In their coverage of the events, they are also unfortunately somewhat vague in their claims that local residents describe seeing reptilian-type humanoid beings emerging from the cave. One can only assume they are likewise parroting the same information offered by this single YouTube video from 2015. Considering how difficult it was for Ho to find the cave, it begs the question at what point in time and how many locals took the time to visit the cave and happened upon these strange creatures before the chartered tourist groups began arriving in 2013. And without any indication that anyone from the Ancient Aliens team has actually interviewed the Vietnamese locals, or even Ho Khan himself, about his supposed encounter with these creatures, any reports about these creatures in relation to the Sondong Cave and Ho Khan remain questionable. As for the soldiers' stories, only 2 of them appear to have known sources. Paranormal show host Art Bell covered the Riverside encounter during a live broadcast of his coast-to-coast radio program sometime in either the early 90s or early 2000s. The third encounter, involving the creatures emerging from a cave, was submitted to paranormal researcher Lon Strickler in 2015, which he then published to his online blog. The story was provided to him by a U.S. soldier who served in Vietnam and continued his military service after the war. Lon assured his readers that the man had provided references for his identification, which both checked out. Lon confirmed that not only had this man served in the Army, but that he had led a distinguished and admirable career before retiring. At minimum, wherever they are presented, all three of these stories are given the authority of at least having originated from an actual service member who fought in Vietnam, as opposed to the stories being works of pure fiction. As to their reasons for remaining anonymous, it goes without saying. Even a small amount of military experience and the understandable expectation they would have had of being labeled as unhinged would offer us plenty of insight into their motivations. It should also be said that many of these men returned home from a war, physically and psychologically injured, only to find themselves the target of political animus. Instead of a welcome home, they found themselves hated and despised by many of their own countrymen, serving a prison sentence for dodging the draft, or being called a baby killer for choosing to serve their country with honor. Those were the choices our society offered them. Not exactly a warm environment which would have encouraged our boys to tell these more bizarre stories with any confidence. What can be said of the reported military encounters with these creatures in the 1970s is that the location and timing of each encounter is somewhat consistent. All three of the encounters are presented as occurring in close proximity to the dividing border between North and South Vietnam, in the province of Quang Binh. Even the Son Doong Cave is located in the same province, 70 kilometers or 43 miles north of the DMZ, so that entire mountainous area could be hiding any number of undiscovered cave systems. All of the encounters were reported as taking place at night, possibly in the early morning before sunrise, or otherwise near caves, indicating that these creatures would likely be nocturnal and that their eyesight is well adapted to darkness, an ideal adaptation for cave dwelling. With the exception of skin color, bioluminescence, and the wearing of clothing, the physical descriptions given for these strange creatures and their behavior likewise appear similar across all three accounts. But if they exist, where might they be hiding now? Like the deepest parts of our oceans, the sprawling, massive jungles of Southeast Asia where these events are said to have happened, these jungles remain largely unexplored, and it's no wonder why. The soldiers who fought there will tell you themselves. The terrain is difficult to traverse, steep, cragged mountains with sheer drops leading down to muddy jungle basins, not to mention dealing with the biting insects, poisonous snakes, and other unpleasant animals. In any case, it would hardly be feasible to explore these regions by any means other than on foot or by aircraft, and the U.S. military's prolific use of toxic herbicides during the war points to the obvious problem with aircraft. The thick canopy of trees makes it impossible to see what might be moving along the jungle floor anyway, whether enemy soldiers or something else. Humans have lived in that region for tens of thousands of years. The Son Doong Cave system has existed for millions of years, and yet its discovery was only recently documented. If not someone like Ho Khan earning an honest living by scouring the jungles for valuable wood, there's nothing else of value anyone wants to go looking for, at least nothing that's worth the trouble. And even Ho likely doesn't explore beyond a certain distance from his home. So if we were hoping for new evidence, we may never get it. If the Vietnamese locals remain content to explore only a short distance from their villages, the depths of these jungles will continue to remain a mystery. Still, without venturing into the realms of alien conspiracy or interdimensional travel, the idea of intelligent humanoid reptiles having evolved alongside mankind would understandably seem ludicrous. So perhaps the only logical theory we might have is that because of the war, military action in these heavily forested regions is what finally exposed mankind to these strange and elusive creatures. Or perhaps these soldiers were not the first humans to encounter them, but only the first in a very long time. And then there were the earthquakes. American soldiers watched their morning coffee being stirred by the massive impacts of distant bombs, while the Viet Cong hunkered down in their tunnels were praying they wouldn't be crushed to death, while the earth was shaking violently around them. Certainly, any undiscovered animal might have been stirred momentarily out of its cave by these widespread bombing campaigns. And once the war ended and the bombing stopped, the men returned home, and the creatures returned to their quiet solitude. As far as their strange appearance goes, by comparison, it does seem that the deeper we have ventured away from the ocean's surface, the stranger the fish get, and the longer they can live. Some species of fish even produce their own ambient light, having adapted in an environment of complete darkness. And surviving in the depths of the ocean, we've documented species of even complex animals, whales and sharks, that can live for more than 400 years. Perhaps the same is true in dark jungles and massive unexplored cave systems. The deeper you go, the weirder it gets. And perhaps it just takes a war to draw them out of hiding. If you've paid attention to the opening titles over the last couple of years, this scene in particular, I've had this story in my back pocket for quite a while now. It's actually one of the first cryptid stories I stockpiled when I started the channel back in 2020, having come across it during my research for the Viet Cong Tunnels episode. As unbelievable as it was for me to accept at that point, and probably even now, I'm glad I waited to produce an episode on this story. Having received emails and story submissions from a number of veterans and others, I now have an appreciable level of experience with fielding these types of stories and approaching them without injecting my own personal bias and an otherwise complete lack of imagination. As my research on this episode is what led me back to him, my discovery of Art Bell and his radio career with the paranormal was rather encouraging. As much as I have difficulty in comprehending these types of bizarre stories myself, and by that I mean my ability to believe them, Art is likewise said to have been a skeptical mind, that he was never fully on board with anything, but he definitely was open to hearing people's stories and their opinions on various phenomena that were unexplainable or unreal, depending on how you want to view it. I find myself in much the same boat, so to speak. Unfortunately, it seems many of his original broadcasts were not published after their original air date, so I wasn't able to track down the episode where he evidently discusses this story about a soldier encountering these creatures in Vietnam before finishing this episode. I had hoped to listen to his original broadcast to hear the original version of the story straight from the soldier's mouth. But if I do find it, I will let you guys know where you can as well. I hope you're not too tired of Vietnam, because we have a number of additional stories still left to cover in future, and I'll sprinkle those throughout the coming episodes. There's just a lot of documented strangeness that's come out of that war, specifically. Appreciate you guys being here, appreciate you watching.
Where is he? Is anyone out there? Over here.
Just after midnight, on the 30th of July, 1945, the USS Indianapolis was sunk by 2 torpedoes fired from a Japanese submarine. 1,196 souls were on board. Within 12 minutes, 300 of their number had perished before the massive ship disappeared beneath the surface. The remaining men, those who could swim anyway, made it out into the open water. For the next 5 days, burning under a merciless sun, slowly driven mad by thirst and starvation, the survivors huddling together in the water found themselves stranded, hundreds of miles from land, praying for rescue. But although the ship's radio man did manage to send out a distress call before abandoning the ship, it was ignored. No one believed the Indianapolis was sunk. No one would come looking for them. Nothing. Except the sharks. This is the story of the USS Indianapolis. Blood in the water. The story of the USS Indianapolis and its crew members goes well beyond the suffering of the men who were set against the odds of nature when their ship was lost at sea. Indeed, before its tragic sinking, this Portland-class heavy cruiser played a pivotal role in the American war effort, engaging in 10 of the bloodiest battles in the Pacific Island Campaign against the Japanese. Following the attack on Pearl Harbor, she returned to the Hawaiian Islands before being assigned to serve as an escort ship for various convoys during the first half of 1942. By August, she was patrolling the freezing waters of the North Pacific near Alaska. Alaska, supporting American units in the Aleutian Islands campaign, bombarding Japanese outposts, and disrupting the enemy's ocean supply routes. A year later, with Japanese forces finally withdrawing from the Aleutian Islands, the Indy was rerouted to the warmer waters of the South Pacific. Support of American island campaigns continued, with the Indianapolis providing ship-to-shore artillery bombardment to soften the enemy defenses at Tarawa and Macon, the Marshall Islands, the Palau Islands, then to Saipan. Following the invasion of Saipan in the summer of 1944, Japanese forces responded by sending a powerful fleet to attack the American ships, resulting in the Battle of the Philippine Sea. Following a decisive victory in ship-to-ship combat, the Indy then moved to Iwo Jima before returning to the Mariana Islands to engage in the Battle of Tinian Island, then to Guam, and then to the invasion of Peleliu in the Palau Islands. Following repairs, she was sent offshore of mainland Japan, conducting a carrier attack on Tokyo, before rerouting back to Iwo Jima, where she acted as a shore bombardment ship for much of the battle. During this fight to take Iwo Jima, as the command vessel, the Indianapolis remained closest to the island. Sailors on board watched the battle from a distance, some later stating they did not begrudge their enlistment in the Marines being denied, as they now watched the seawater turning red from the blood of the Marines landing on the shoreline. Some sailors even watched through their binoculars the raising of the flag on Mount Suribachi, understandably unaware of its significance at that time. Following Iwo Jima, the ship then moved on to Okinawa. As the ship bombarded the island, sailors reported facing death by more than 100 enemy kamikaze planes each day of the battle, many being shot down, only just missing the ship. On March 31st, with less than 25 seconds to react, the ship's gunner saw a kamikaze plane dropping down out of the sun, barely managing to hit it before the plane struck a glancing blow to the rear left section of the ship. Its pilot, however, managed to release a bomb, which penetrated cleanly all 5 levels of the ship into the water below before detonating. 30 were wounded, 9 men were killed, some drowning in fuel oil from a ruptured tank on the lower deck, others possibly unable to escape above the rising water before the hatches were sealed. The ship was saved by the fast actions of its crew, but this attack would begin a chain of events that would ultimately change the ship's destiny. Had it not been for the severe damage, the now crippled ship would not have needed to return to the Mare Island shipyard in California for repairs, and would thus not have been selected for her next top-secret mission, delivering the essential components of an atomic bomb to Tinian Island. Upon arriving in San Francisco, California, the Marines and sailors aboard the USS Indianapolis were granted 30 days of shore leave, many traveling back across the country to visit their families. Some would later state that, as they enjoyed their leave in the company of their family, they felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Indeed, when many of these young men finally returned to Mare Island to board their repaired ship, it would be the last time their family would ever see them again. Moored alongside the Indy at Mare Island's Pier 22 Sierra was the USS Pensacola. Initially selected for the transportation of the Little Boy atomic bomb components, the Pensacola was still suffering engine trouble and needed further repairs. The top-secret mission then fell to the Indianapolis, despite all of her repairs remaining either incomplete or untested. None of the enlisted men on board, which included 250 new joins who had arrived to the port straight out of boot camp and from OCS, would have had any idea what the large crate and strange metal canisters being loaded onto their ship were. Rumors around the ship speculated that this large crate might hold a large supply of whiskey to celebrate their inevitable winning of the war. Others joked that they were probably delivering a Cadillac to one of the senior U.S. Army commanders, General Douglas MacArthur. That, or 20,000 rolls of his preferred brand of scented toilet paper. Some sailors later stated that, had anyone even told them it was an atomic bomb, they would have probably been disappointed. Their ship was already filled with bombs. Why would this one be any different? They certainly wouldn't understand why their captain was given specific orders to place that crate and those metal canisters on a lifeboat first, before any of his men, should the ship be attacked. After leaving dry dock at Hunters Point, the Indy broke surface ship speed records, reaching Pearl Harbor in only 72 hours, before then continuing on to Tinian. Having successfully delivered their mysterious cargo to the island, The ship returned briefly to Guam for a resupply, before being ordered to Leyte Gulf in the Philippines to meet the USS Idaho and begin preparations for the invasion of Japan. Now finding themselves back in enemy waters, the ship's crew thought it odd their ship was being sent alone, as the Navy manual strictly stated that a ship that size required a destroyer escort in enemy waters. The captain's multiple requests for an escort were denied, however. They were assured there would be no enemy subs where they were going. A tragic miscalculation. Wartime Stories will continue right after this. Around 2300 hours on the night of July 29th, Goro Yamada, a petty officer aboard Japanese submarine I-58, was manning his sonar station. He identified a strange sound emanating from something at least 20 kilometers away from their position. With a sudden realization, he knew what that sound was: the rattling and clinking of plates and dishes. A ship was approaching their position, given away by the sounds echoing out of the ship's galley. The sub-commander, Lieutenant Commander Mochitsura Hashimoto, was awoken. Ordering the periscope raised, unable to see any ships on the horizon, he ordered his ship to surface for a better view. As the moon was rising over the horizon to the east, the I-58 surfaced, its navigator climbing topside and opening the hatch to survey the area with his binoculars. Even at a remarkable distance of an estimated 16.5 kilometers, over 10 miles, with the moon at its low angle, the Indianapolis was clearly silhouetted against the night sky, almost in perfect alignment with the enemy submarine, heading towards their position. Lieutenant Commander Hashimoto ordered the sub to dive, calculating the direction of the enemy ship and moving to intercept its course. There, they waited, the Japanese crew remaining silent in anticipation of their commander's next order. At 12:02 a.m., in 3-second intervals, 6 torpedoes were released. Again, the crew of the I-58 waited in silence. A minute later, the Indianapolis lurched as the first torpedo struck the bow end on the starboard side, the explosion decimating the front of the ship. Moments later, a second torpedo struck further down amidships. The second strike hit the aviation fuel tanks on the lower decks, the resulting fire racing quickly up through the berthings above, where moments before men had been sleeping, reading, playing cards, and writing letters home. On impact, Marines and sailors were thrown from their bunks or tossed up high into the air. Survivors reported hearing terrible screams of pain from their fellow shipmates as they were burned alive. Within 30 to 60 seconds, the screams had silenced. Precious seconds ticked by as chaos and confusion ensued, the men below decks attempting to quell the fires, the flooding, treat their wounded and badly burned comrades, all while listening for an abandoned ship order that would never come. None of the enlisted or commissioned leaders wanted to tell their men to abandon ship until they received orders from the ship's commander, Captain Charles McVeigh. Unbeknownst to the men on board, the impacts had severely damaged the ship's telephone and PA systems. The captain had no way of communicating with his ship. As its bow end quickly filled with seawater, the ship slowly rolled towards its starboard side. Sounds like thunder emanating from inside the ship as equipment broke free and smashed into the bulkheads. Men began moving topside, their leaders further assuring them to remain on deck where it was safe. No longer waiting for their captain's orders, men began cutting down canvas bags of life jackets, many now leaping from the deck into the water, despite the protests of their senior officers and enlisted men. Like stepping into a swimming pool, some men merely walked off the bow end into the water as it sank, not even getting their hair wet. They then swam furiously through the 15-foot swells, trying to put distance between themselves and the ship. 8 minutes after the initial strike, realizing his ship was doomed, Charles McVeigh gave the order. Rushing to the bridge's port wing, he cupped his hands to his mouth and yelled down to the several hundred men gathered at the deck railing below. Unable to communicate by any other means, the men likewise passed the word by shouting. Those too terrified to jump were pushed and shoved off the deck. In the confusion, having not heard the order to abandon, some officers were still screaming at their men not to jump. They quickly abandoned these efforts as they were nearly crushed to death by the hundreds of men pushing their way to the edge. Climbing over the rail, they leapt into open space, their stomachs in their throats, some screaming in terror as they fell nearly 80 feet into the dark water below. As the ship continued to roll to a 90-degree position on its side, its tail end now lifting higher and higher out of the water, men leapt from the edges or slid down the port side into the rough water. Mercifully, the hull was clear of barnacles, which would have shredded their skin to pieces. Hitting the water, some men would inadvertently swallow the seawater, the surface of which was now covered by a thick layer of viscous fuel oil. The oil covered their faces as they surfaced, sticking to their skin, clogging their ears and noses, and burning their eyes. Those who swallowed it immediately began to convulse and vomit the poisonous oil back out of their stomachs. They all swam as hard as they could, some assisting the injured, attempting to clear the downward suction of the water nearest the ship. Those on the starboard side moving to avoid being crushed by the ship coming down on top of them. Those who had leapt first now turned to watch out of morbid curiosity as their massive ship's fantail lifted slowly, unbelievably, into a vertical position, explosions moving up the interior of the ship as it sank. They watched in horror as their fellow shipmates, having finally made it topside, leapt off the highest points of the ship, some striking the sides of the ship and the still spinning propellers as they fell. Unable to clear the ship's towers and structures now below them, some remained holding on to the cannon barrels or other parts of the ship, praying for dear life until they felt the water rise up beneath them and could swim away. Captain McVeigh was one of the last to leave the ship, his primary concern being to ensure their distress signal had been transmitted. With the two radio shacks now being flooded, he was unable to confirm this. Within 4 minutes of the order to abandon ship, only 12 minutes after the torpedoes had struck, the last of the Indianapolis disappeared below the water's surface. The remaining 300 sailors standing on the fantail simply drifted off like flies as the last of the ship went under. What followed was a horrible silence. Wartime Stories will continue right after this. And now, back to the story. 1,196 souls were aboard. Some 900 had made it out into the water. Due to the ship's forward motion after the torpedo strikes, the survivors leaving the ship had been strung out across miles of open water. Some of the men didn't know how to swim. Many of them had been unable to find a life jacket. Some of them were able to improvise using their wet clothing, inflating their jackets and pant legs with air. Many had left the ship wearing barely any clothes at all. Those without life jackets otherwise may have drowned immediately, and those who were severely wounded perished within the next several hours from shock and blood loss. Because of the panic, the confusion, and the rapid sinking, many of the standard abandoned ship protocols had been rendered impossible or forgotten. Only 12 of the life rafts, a few kits of survival gear, and a small number of floating nets were released into the water. Few among the surviving men managed to find these rafts and climb inside. Many among them wondered if this wasn't a bad idea, with the thought of an attacking sub later resurfacing and killing them all with machine gun fire. And so, they waited. It was Monday morning. Although some remained stranded alone in the water, unable to locate their shipmates, many of the surviving men had managed to find each other, slowly gathering themselves into larger groups of 80 or more. Many of the men hopefully anticipated a rescue effort was being launched immediately, if not by Tuesday, as their ship was expected to arrive at their destination in Leyte Gulf at 1100 hours the next morning. As the ship was listing onto its side, the ship's radio men, Jack Miner and L.T. Woods, had remained inside Radio Shack 2 until they fell out of their chairs, successfully managing to send out an SOS distress message with the ship's final coordinates before leaving the ship. Despite the damage to the ship, the movement of the hair-thin needle on their meter monitor had given them confirmation that power was circling through the transmitter and traveling from the cables to the antenna. And indeed, their distress call had been received by a radio operator, a junior sailor, Claire B. Young, onshore of Leyte, 650 miles away. Realizing the urgency of this message, he rushed it to his commander's quarters and awoke him. After hearing the message, Commodore Jacobson instructed the young sailor to inform him if there were any additional messages, and then sent him away. A second radio hut had also received the message. A sailor named Donald Allen informed the officer on duty of the distress call. The OOD immediately dispatched 2 fast ocean-going Navy tugs from Leyte Harbor, bound for the site of the sinking. However, like the dismissal from Commodore Jacobson, when a Commodore Gillette was informed later that morning that the tugs were dispatched without his approval, he ordered them to return, even though they were already 7 hours into the 21-hour cruise. The Indy's final message had been received even a third time by a sailor named Russell Hetz aboard a landing craft anchored in the harbor. Failing to contact the Indianapolis, he forwarded the message through the assigned channels for action by naval authorities. The final message from the Indianapolis had been received and reported 3 separate times, and yet the message was ignored. Most unfortunately, the prevailing protocol within Naval Command was that messages that couldn't be confirmed by a reply were disregarded as pranks. By this point in the war, Japanese forces had made a habit of broadcasting bogus distress signals, hoping to confuse U.S. intelligence and to draw out search vessels to then be targeted by their subs. Even worse, for the surviving men stranded in the water, combat vessels were always assumed to have arrived at their destinations, unless contradictory news was announced. When Tuesday morning arrived, the naval operations officer on duty in Leyte simply moved the Indianapolis's marker on his plotting board to the arrived slot. Despite his concern when seeing that the Indianapolis never actually arrived to the harbor, radio technician Young likewise said nothing after his initial report to his commander. He knew other people were aware of the SOS, but as a lowly enlisted sailor, he felt his hands were tied, and that his opinion would matter little. The ship was later assumed to have been diverted to another destination while en route. Much to the detriment of the men stranded on the open water, nobody was coming for them. Nothing human, anyway. It was December 1986, and most of our combat engineering battalion had been deployed to the small Central American country of Honduras to construct a new airfield just north of the Rio Coco, a river which served as much of the official border between Honduras and Nicaragua. Although it was my first deployment outside of the US, I wasn't thrilled to be spending Christmas in the jungles of Central America. But being in the Army, missing holidays away from your family just goes with the job, I guess. That, along with some degree of risk. But far from what amount of danger I could have ever anticipated going into a combat zone, this lesser inhabited region of the Honduran jungle appeared to be harboring something far more frightening than a few socialist guerrilla fighters. The truth is, this is not a story I'm very excited to share with you. Because not only was it a terrifying experience, the way my command treated me afterwards is somewhat embarrassing. My name is Robert. I'm a U.S. Army veteran, and this is my story of an encounter I had with something they called El Diablo. The mist which hangs before you
offers you a choice
to pass through
or to escape.
Beyond it are
Stories
which defy
the explanation
and fly in the face.
of what we know to be real,
It is a void of both
reality
and impossibility.
of both fact
and superstition.
You alone are left to discern.
what to believe as you pass through what we call the fog of war.
The 1980s was a turbulent time for Central America. The third world country of Nicaragua had suffered a major earthquake in 1971, followed by an economic collapse, extreme government corruption, and a violent political revolution. Similar to the recent war in Vietnam, there were two sides to this fight. The first being the Sandinistas, the socialist rebels who overthrew their corrupt government at the end of the 1970s and were ultimately being funded by the communist regimes of the Soviet Union and Cuba. The other side was the counter-revolutionaries, the Spanish term being Contras, who wanted to overthrow the now equally corrupt and violent Sandinista government. The Contras were being covertly funded by the U.S. in its effort to prevent the spread of communism into Central America, essentially making this another proxy war between the U.S. and the Soviet Union. Having been run out of their own country, the Contras had taken refuge north of the Nicaraguan border, in Honduras. The U.S. was likewise providing support to the Honduran military, as the intense border fighting had created growing fears that a full-scale military incursion into Honduras could happen at any time. And that's where my unit came in, the 27th Airborne Engineering Battalion out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Our construction of an airfield near the village of Hamastron would not only bring U.S. troops in and out of the country, but its location, only about 15 miles north of the country's border, sent a message to the Nicaraguan government. Stay on your side of the border if you know what's good for you. But although our units had been issued live ammunition, the U.S. wasn't officially at war with Nicaragua, so we couldn't go around shooting up the place. Our orders were that direct combat with Nicaraguan forces was expressly and officially forbidden, except if they fired first. So we were only authorized to return fire in self-defense. I'd say this was very similar to the beginning of the war in Vietnam. While some of our guys worked on building the airfield, a portion of our battalion, along with a unit of Honduran soldiers, had also been assigned to conduct highly visible border security patrols and surveillance operations to both discourage and monitor any potential enemy activity. Being a radio/comm guy, I didn't have much to do as far as working on the airstrip. Being from Tennessee, I could have driven a tractor if they'd asked me, but they just sent me out with the patrols most of the time. As far as keeping an eye out for enemy fighters, driving back and forth on the many winding dirt roads near the border really limited us to what we could see, so our patrols would also receive various reconnaissance reports from overhead aircraft and from the Sotocano Air Base, some 200 kilometers driving distance to the west. But it was rare that we ever got any actual, real-time updates on enemy troop movements. More often than not, we'd receive reports of suspicious vehicles, boats, or groups of people sighted in close proximity to the river. So one morning while my patrol unit was already out driving the roads, at about 10:30 hours, we received a radio communication that a small boat, or rather what might be a boat, was moving upstream, a few miles away from our location. We were instructed to rendezvous at specific coordinates and then proceed on foot to the river's edge, in hopes of being able to identify the type of craft that was moving upstream. Using our radios, we quickly coordinated with the other vehicles in our squad. We usually had either 3 or 4 of them, and worked out the meetup location on our maps. Then we loaded up into our Vicks and quickly sped down the dirt roads past the various village huts and local farms, trying to get to the river to find some good concealed positions before the boat passed by.
Echo 4, this is Command. Come in, over.
I got it. This is Echo 4. Send it.
Be advised, craft on the river is reported as moving erratically, changing direction and speed, as well as starting and stopping. How copy, over?
Moving erratically.
The hell does that even mean?
Interrogative. Any idea what it is? Over?
Wait 1, over.
Great, now they got us chasing trash bags.
I can't confirm. Report just says it's a wedge-shaped object, dark in color. Over.
Are there even people on it? How big is it?
How many tangos on board? Over?
Report doesn't say. Doesn't look like they can see any passengers. Over.
Perfect. Roger that. We are nearing our insert point. We'll radio you once we get eyes on. Over. All right. Where am I going? You're gonna turn right once we get over this next hill. Arriving to our rendezvous point, we hopped out of the trucks. 3 squad members stayed behind to watch the vehicles, while the remaining 6 of us double-timed it down to the riverbank, which was about a half a mile away. This area wasn't as dense with jungle. Most of it was actually open grassland, so moving quickly through only light tree cover, we made pretty good time. We soon crossed onto a cattle farm and had to navigate across 2 sections of barbed wire fencing before we reached an open field. Like other areas in this region, this field had also been cleared of brush and overgrowth to allow cattle to have grazing opportunity. 100 yards on the other side of the field was the river. We were able to find cover behind some trees, but most of the vegetation had also been cleared away along the riverbank, probably to give the cattle easier access to the water. So we moved across the field into the tree line, staying back about 5 to 8 yards to remain out of sight of both the approaching boat and anyone that might be on the opposite side of the river, which was Nicaraguan territory.
Come on, let's go. Take cover. Robert, Paolo.
Yes, Sergeant.
You come with me.
See.
You stay here. Wallace, you go down that way. Roger.
We couldn't see anything on the water upstream from us, toward the west, and our last radio update confirmed that the boat hadn't passed by yet and was still moving in our direction. So, we waited.
Should be here in a few minutes. Solo unos minutos.
Sí, entiendo.
Whiskey 4. Should be coming from your direction. Let us know if you see it.
No boat yet. Can you tell me what the hell just passed by me? Something big coming your way, in the water.
Roger. Yeah, I see something. A dark thing?
That's it. Is that what they want us to look for? Looks like a log or something. Thought it might be a crocodile.
Pretty big for a crocodile. Too big.
Submarine?
In the river?
Well, it's moving upstream, against the current. Gotta be something.
Oye, Paulo.
Sí.
Esa cosa negra en el agua. The black thing. ¿Qué es?
No sé, amigo.
Whiskey 4. Does that look like...
Dios mío.
Oh, God.
Shh. Madre. Oh, my God.
Wallace, don't move. Do not open fire.
Hey, man, no names over the radio. Don't open fire at all. Holy shit!
Nobody move.
Tan rápido.
Hell, that thing is fast. Oh, my God. Just knocked them all right over, man.
Oh, Dios.
Unbelievable. Yo, this is mental. God, look at those teeth, man.
What's it doing?
it's picking which one it wants.
Mother of
Jesus, I just crushed it with its head, man. Wallace, no. Do not open fire. God. The entire cow. It's heading back to the water. Everyone stay down.
Wartime Stories will continue right after this. And now, back to the story.
What the hell, man? Well, you were wrong about one thing, Sergeant.
Huh? What's that?
It sure as hell wasn't a trash bag. It all happened very quickly. Once the snake had left the water, it just darted straight for a group of 4 cattle, rammed right into them with its head. It was so big, it just knocked 3 of them over. Considering how big it was fast. And just as the cattle started to panic, it darted towards the second group and rammed into them as well. And then it lifted its head off the ground, about the height of at least 2 men, maybe 10 to 15 feet. And after seeming to select which of the injured cattle it wanted, it just slammed its massive head down onto it, crushing it. I mean, I guess it was too big. I mean, it didn't need to constrict the animal. We heard the sounds of the cow's body being crushed, like bones snapping. It probably killed it instantly. At that point, Wallace had raised his rifle, and I can't blame him, but Sergeant Perez had signaled him to drop it immediately. Something that big, no doubt. Our gunfire wouldn't have done anything but to just piss it off. I'm not sure how intelligent snakes are, certainly not one that big, but I was fairly certain it had seen us before leaving the water. But it was clearly more interested in the cattle. And after crushing one of them to death, the snake just picked its head back up, opened its mouth, and, practically picked the entire cow up in its mouth, with the head dangling out of one side and the rear legs out of the other. It just carried it back into the water, just slid right back past us. Once it had gone, we just stood around quietly for a few moments, staring at the riverbank. My next thought was that I wanted nothing but to go back to the trucks and leave. The country, really. I could not have imagined that something like that could have possibly existed. What an absolute nightmare. But you know how guys are. A sick curiosity got the better of us, and we began discussing, arguing, really, about how big it had been. Nobody seemed to agree, with our estimates ranging from between 50 to 100 feet. So 3 of the guys decided to pace it out, walking the distance from the riverbank to where we remembered its head was when the tail had left the water. 31 steps, 33 steps, and 34 steps. By our pace counts, we knew that roughly put its length at approximately 75 to 80 feet. The only cattle left in the pasture at this point were the injured ones, probably having had their legs broken. Someone mentioned that the snake might come back for them, so we agreed then that it was time to leave. On our way back to the trucks, I received a radio call asking if we had spotted the boat. Before responding, I first checked with Sergeant Perez. He said to tell them that we'd report what had happened after we got back to our vehicles. But when we did, and Sergeant Perez radioed back to Sotocano, before he could finish his report of what had happened, he was interrupted. We were told then to maintain complete radio silence about the incident, and were ordered to return to base immediately for debriefing, and that we could each file individual reports when we got back to Sotocano. It was a long drive back. Not only because of the distance, but I'd say we all seemed to have a sort of bad feeling about what was going to happen when we got back to the base. The only reason we were being called back was clearly because of what Sergeant Perez had said before being interrupted in his radio report. Maybe they thought we were just screwing around on the radio, trying to be funny or something. When we arrived, we were met by a large group of uniformed men. A few were officers, the highest rank was a major. 2 Hispanic men wearing Honduran Army uniforms were also present, as was an apparent Honduran civilian. Sure enough, the major did not look happy. Neither did the 3 Hondurans. All of the other men just kept their bearing and seemed to avoid expressing. We all had ass chewings, and by the concerned glances we had shot at each other, I'm pretty sure that's what we were expecting to get here. We were called out by name, and one at a time taken away. When they called my name, I was led to a car and instructed to get in. A lieutenant and 2 enlisted men got in as well. All of this just felt very ominous. I was driven to the rear area of the base, the area furthest from the main runway, not that it was that large of a base in the first place, and we stopped at a small nondescript building, which would actually describe most buildings there, and I was escorted inside. I was led down the main hall to a room at the end on the right. It was plain, nothing out of the ordinary, just some type of meeting room. But the room only had 1 door and no windows, and a light fixture holding a single bulb was mounted in the center of the ceiling. It was just a very appropriate setting for what was clearly going to be an interrogation, I thought. There was a table with chairs around it, and at the far end sat a different major. He likewise did not look very happy. The lieutenant instructed me to sit in the chair opposite the major. As I sat down, the other men sat down on each side of the table, and then no one spoke. Everyone just looked at me. I was wondering if I shouldn't say something, but it was the major that spoke first.
All right. What happened, soldier? Tell me everything.
Well, sir, my patrol. As I recounted the story, the major was very concerned with the details, from the time we'd left our vehicles until the time we'd returned to them later. I was instructed to leave nothing out. So I did as I was told and detailed everything I remembered. As I spoke, no one else said a word. No one moved. Hell, I don't even think anyone blinked. I finished recounting everything I'd recalled. I glanced around at everyone in the room, just hoping for the best. The major's facial expression had changed. He glanced towards the floor behind me, or to someone standing behind me, and then back at me.
Tell me what happened, son. I want to hear it all again. I think I missed something.
For anyone who hasn't been in the military, or maybe the police, I had only been in the Army for 2 years at this point, but it was my experience that the senior enlisted guys, the staff NCOs, were usually the ones to yell at you, the ones that chew you out. But when a senior officer is acting like this, well, I hadn't done anything wrong, and I just didn't understand why they were treating me like this. This major had a way of making me wonder if what I was saying was even true, even though I knew it was. It had literally happened just a few hours earlier. And now he was asking me to retell the whole story. And now I'm starting to wonder if he was trying to tell me to change my story, or that he knew something that I wasn't telling him? Or was this some kind of psychological pressure to try and get me to lie? And then if I lied, would they punish me? They'd compare my story with the other guys. I couldn't think of anything else to say other than what I saw. So for a second time, I told him everything exactly as it had happened. Again, no one else in the room spoke while I was talking. And there was complete silence when I finished. The major then leaned back in his chair, folded his arms, and I noticed he kept glancing at the door behind me, as did the other men in the room, as well as shooting glances across the table at each other, but they looked more worried. The major just looked even more pissed. Once more, the major repeated.
Tell me What happened?
Sir?
No, that's an order. Tell me what you saw.
I was getting genuinely scared, and I still wasn't even sure if he believed anything I was saying. I almost wish we'd never said anything about the damn snake in the first place. But now that I was already here, I couldn't change my story. Because then it wouldn't match up with what everyone else was saying. And I reasoned that this thing could pose a danger to our men, and they needed to know about it. So I repeated my story for a third time. This was followed by another long period of silence, as the Major just continued to glare at me. He then stood up and walked out of the room, pulling the door shut behind himself. I could hear him talking loudly out in the hall with someone. I couldn't hear everything of what was being said, but I could tell it was him. He was speaking Spanish now, not fluently, but fairly well. He was clearly talking to a Honduran officer or other official of some sort. My Spanish wasn't any good, but I did catch things like Rio Coco, agua, and comer. Those were easy. Water and eat. I thought maybe the other person was referring to the snake eating the cow, or maybe he meant that the snake could have eaten us. I don't know. I had some small hope that this whole interrogation had actually gone well, and I had been right not to change my story. Then I heard the Honduran officer say El Diablo. I knew that meant the devil. And then muertos, which I knew meant dead. Muertos was said a few times. The other person did most of the talking. The Major just seemed to be responding most of the time by saying, "Sí." I heard El Diablo mentioned several more times, wishing I knew more Spanish. And finally, the Major came back, and he returned to his end of the table, but he didn't sit down. He stayed standing, leaning over the table and putting his hands down on it, and he began to talk. And boy did he talk. Loudly and angrily. Wartime Stories will continue right after this. And now, the conclusion of our story. For the next 10 minutes or so, he let me have it. He told me that I was wrong in everything that had happened. He said we'd only seen a large anaconda, maybe 3 inches long at most. He said that I'd been mistaken, and it was probably a dog that we'd seen in the serpent's mouth. He assured me that it was not a fully grown cow. He laughed at me for saying that we'd encountered a giant snake. He ridiculed me over everything. He accused me of fabricating the entire story. He said we hadn't seen anything out of the ordinary, nothing, except probably a large clump of leaves and branches floating in the water. He accused me of telling a ridiculous story that would hurt the U.S.'s developing diplomatic relationship with Honduras. He informed me that if I continued to insist that the snake was over 75 feet long, that I would face consequences, adding that I could be charged with falsifying an official report, or worse. He never actually mentioned an Article 15 or court-martial, but I knew where he was going with what he was saying. I felt pretty terrible, because I knew I was in no position to argue with him. And he made it very clear that if I didn't change my story, he would follow through on what he said. He finished by saying that I was stupid, and that I shouldn't throw my career away over something like this. He sat back down in his chair. I then realized that instead of me, everyone was now staring at him, and they all looked kind of shocked at what he had said to me. But nobody said anything for probably another good minute. The Major then leaned forward, and again he repeated what he had said 3 times before.
One last time. Tell me what you saw.
With all eyes on me, I quietly told him that we'd only seen logs and brush floating in the river. That before leaving, we'd seen a regular snake carrying off some small animal, maybe a rabbit or unlucky dog that it had managed to catch. As much as I knew I was saving my career, I felt sick. I finished the story, which was a complete lie, and then sat there, staring at the table. The Major finally seemed relieved. He almost smiled. The tension in the room seemed to immediately disappear, though. The Major stood up again, thanked me for my time, and strolled right out the door, like it was any other day. As he turned down the hall in the direction of the front entrance, I heard him say something like, "Don't forget the audio tapes," or "Get the audio tapes," something like that. The lieutenant finally spoke, and he said, "Now don't you feel better, Specialist?" I just shrugged, wondering what was going to happen next. What was going to happen to me next? I was escorted back outside and driven back to where we'd first stopped on the base. I was told that I'd be returned to our camp at the airfield we were building. I was ordered not to discuss the incident with anyone, not even amongst the men I was with, if I ever happened to run into any of them again. Soon a vehicle arrived and I was instructed to get in it. The fact that I was being brought back alone, and the guys who arrived with me weren't going back in the same vehicle, I don't want to sound dramatic, but I was 21. And with the entire experience up to that point, some pretty dark thoughts crossed my mind as I got in the truck. Like, I wondered if I was ever going to see my mom again. I sincerely questioned whether they were actually going to take me back to the camp or somewhere else. But fortunately, they did just take me back to the airfield. I was met by a sergeant and escorted to my quarters. And for the next 3 days, I slept, I ate, I showered. And that's it. I was no longer allowed to perform any work or ever leave the camp. 3 very long and boring days later, I was driven back to Sotacano and put on a plane. They were sending me back to Fort Bragg. On this flight out of Honduras, there were only a few people on board with me, one of which was a Honduran soldier in uniform. He had 3 chevrons and a rocker on his rank, sergeant. He was seated a few rows behind me, and after takeoff and reaching cruising altitude, he got up from his seat and came up to my row. He leaned down slightly and in a hushed tone asked if he could sit beside me. I nodded, not knowing what to expect.
So, you've seen the devil? And he has seen you. You must be a good man, 'cause he did not eat you that day. You're lucky. Many men disappear along the Coco when the devil is hungry.
Well, I didn't expect that. Part of me hoped this guy was being serious, but after the less than friendly treatment I'd received at that point, I had my guard up. But then again, I guess I wasn't surprised that people would have heard about the incident and spread it around. I was still paranoid that this guy was maybe trying to trick me into talking about it and, violating the orders I'd been given, so I stayed quiet. He didn't seem offended. He just made the sign of the cross over his chest, then he got up and returned to his seat. And the rest of the flight was uneventful. I wasn't sure what to expect when I got back. My return to Fort Bragg was likewise uneventful, but something was different somehow. I'm not saying I was shunned, but things just felt different. As if something had been communicated to my command about us, about me. And only a month later, I was transferred to Fort Campbell in Kentucky, which happened to be very near my hometown in Tennessee. I'd only served 2 years with my first command, and this sudden transfer to a new unit was unusual. It's the kind of thing you might expect in cases of harassment or assault or something, sending someone away to a new unit to get a fresh start. And I thought it was a bit odd, don't you think? Sending me to the closest military base near my hometown? I thought so. I still think my command might have done it as a favor, a sort of thank you for doing what I was told, and staying quiet. And I certainly didn't rate it, but when they put me up in my own small apartment, alone, rather than in the barracks with a roommate, I also wondered if that wasn't another favor, or maybe a reason to avoid having a roommate to swap crazy stories with. I dare say my time at Fort Campbell would eventually offer up a number of other strange experiences. Well, for me, that's just the world we live in. Strange things happen and can't always explain them. As for the giant snake, El Diablo, they apparently called it, well, you can imagine I certainly looked into it over the years. There are, of course, rumors and other stories like mine. But aside from the odd 30-foot anaconda being found alive, they have since found fossils of massive snakes in Colombia. And even that was a fluke because they were strip mining, digging for coal when the bones were found. And I believe the archaeologists only had so much time to look for fossils before they continued excavating for coal, possibly destroying any other fossils. They didn't find skulls or anything, but just a few bone fragments, vertebrae, I believe. So they had to estimate the prehistoric snake's original size after doing a comparative analysis to living snakes. They estimated these snakes grew to about 40, maybe 45 feet long, and they also estimated that they lived 60 million years ago. I'm not a scientist. What they found probably was that size and lived that long ago. But I know what we saw only a few decades ago. And if that Honduran soldier on the plane was serious about what he said, the Honduran locals living along the Rio Coco might still live in fear of El Diablo, even today. I really can't blame them. Most of you probably think that. But a final personal story from our friend Robert. Out of respect for both him and you, I just thought it would be appropriate to maybe offer my closing thoughts on kind of the total summation of his encounters. Most of you have been nothing but kind, but I have been accused of being a clickbaiter, telling stories that are clearly, just too extreme and far beyond the scope of reality. And I guess that's what I want to address, not that most of you probably think that. But when Robert first approached me with these stories, with the exception of just wanting to organize his writing a bit, no, it didn't take much convincing for me to want to share them with you because, one, they are anything but boring. And of course, I started this channel with the intent of telling stories that I expect a lot of people would want to listen to. I mean, nobody wants an empty stage or an empty chairs, right? They want a full audience. And these are also stories of Robert's which, aside from the trauma that Robert experienced by living through them, they're fairly benign for the rest of us to listen to. I mean, they're not hurting anybody, by retelling them. But perhaps like you, I did have to acknowledge that this is a man, and I did tell Robert this at the start of our conversations, whose experiences in the military were nothing less than unusual. Certainly, at least compared to my own 8 years of service. I never saw anything like that. And I make no claims to understanding the mysterious nature of paranormal encounters whatsoever. I am by far the most uneducated person when it comes to these things. I'm more like you guys. I'm just kind of a consumer. Now I obviously do the research, but I'm pretty juvenile in my understanding of these things. So for me, and probably for many of you, seeing it remains believing. Seeing is believing for many of us, I expect. And while I will continue to stand by my fog of war intro, in that I encourage everyone to keep an open mind with these types of stories, but to otherwise, make your own decisions on what you're willing to believe is possible. The last thing I want to say is that I have spoken at length with Robert over this last year after he first contacted me and we started talking, and then he shared this first story with me, the Fort Campbell story. And while Robert has always remained courteous, if not unnecessarily humble, when in addressing me and treating me like I'm, he's 20 years older than I am, and he treats me like I'm some sort of authority figure, and it's almost embarrassing for me because I'm not. I'm just a guy making YouTube videos. I do have to admit that at times I was worried about insulting him, because he would send me his scripts, he would write out his stories, and then I would come back with like a beleaguering number of questions, asking him to clarify certain points about his encounters and give me the additional information for the animations and what did this look like and what did this look like and so on and so forth. Well, in that questioning, was I looking for inconsistencies and reasons to disbelieve his stories at times? Honestly, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't, yes. I'd imagine most people wouldn't just hear a story like this and take it at face value. You'd have some questions, right? And even Robert has expressed concern, that if I don't think that this story is passable and that people are going to ridicule me for telling it, then, just don't bother with it. And he's fine with that. So he hasn't been really eager to have the story shared. He just, he told them to me, and I asked. I said, would you mind if I share these stories? I started this channel thinking I was a rational person. And who knows? Maybe I am just the most gullible person in the world. I don't think so, but it's possible. But the point is, when I look back on my communication with Robert, what is somewhat unsettling for me to acknowledge is that I cannot name a single instance where Robert has given me a reason to question either his integrity or his credibility. So, think what you will, but in my mind, either Robert has had several very interesting and somewhat terrifying experiences, or he truly missed his calling by not becoming a creative writer. In other words, Honduras was never on my bucket list, but now I would personally think twice about taking a swim in the Rio Coco. I'd probably be okay with visiting Kentucky, but my goodness, the stories you guys have shared with me so far, most of which, if not all of which, will be in future Smoke Pit episodes, have convinced me of things that I never thought I'd believe in. But man, your state is wild. Robert, it has been nothing but a pleasure, my friend. Thank you for taking the time and the energy and everything it took for you to share these stories with me and really with us, with this audience. And as always, on behalf of both myself and the entire audience, all 60-something thousand of them, and then the people who don't subscribe, a sincere and heartfelt thank you